Hmm. All right. Go out with this thing. Yo, 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 yo. How's my volume? How's everything? How y'all doing? What's up? What's up? Let's get the first video going, yeah? I found some long ones. All right, hold on.
Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters is here. I wanted to say it's an honor to have you here on the broadcast. I'm very excited to talk to you. We already had a wonderful conversation.
This is Hasan Piker. He's talking to this guy's in charge of the Teamsters. Like, he's in charge of one of the biggest unions. He's the president of one of the biggest unions in the country. So we will see what he has to say to like the new progressive media, which is online and not in a studio. So let's see how he does.
Conversation once on your podcast. It's gonna be coming out soon, right? In the next couple of days, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's gonna be Better Bad Ideas with Sean O'Brien. We're gonna be launching on January 15th. So make sure you tune in onto YouTube and all the social media platforms. But most importantly, you're the first and most important guest. So I appreciate you doing that. You know, so it's important.
Why didn't he call me?
Who are some of the other guests that you're going to be having? If you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to, if you don't mind leaking.
No, absolutely. I mean, some of the guests we're going to have Casey Affleck. We're also going to have the 3 Olympic hockey players from the Miracle on Ice from Boston, Jack O'Callaghan, Mike Eruzione.
Who the hell are those guys?
Dave Silk all together. And we're going to hopefully have senators like Josh Hawley, Bernie Sanders, a very diverse group of politicians. Also,
I think I hate Josh Hawley.
Celebrities and any and all.
Let me double check.
I hope you're not squeamish. This will get messy.
I'm pretty sure he said some stupid shit. Yeah, he looks pretty. Yeah, he was on some committee and he was just like, so racist adjacent that no one in the room wanted to like tell him. So they just kind of let it go. But yeah, I think I don't like Josh Hawley. I think.
People that help and shape America. So we're very excited. about the podcast. We're very excited about diversity, but more importantly, we're most excited about having conversations uninhibited and not scripted.
Hell yeah. I just wanted to ask who the other guests were to see who I'm more important than by your own estimation. But it's wonderful to have you here, Sean. Like I said, we had a great conversation, and what I wanted to talk about today, considering that there's a lot going on in the world of labor news, I wanted to ask you a question. Reported that where there was an opportunity for the Democratic Party to continue controlling the elections for the next 2 years, and unfortunately that fell apart. And I wanted to hear what your opinion
That's
was
the National Labor Relations Board.
Effort, to keep Democratic appointees on there. It's done, and it's unfortunate, but the reality of it is
that is
the opportunity. I think it's important. The NLRB about that, and in my world, the Teamsters world, we've been avoiding as much as possible. And I think it's been very complicated. It's been going on for the last 2.5 years. We've had to make good decisions.
the eye open.
We strike the recognition. We've done that again. We've had classes on the PSPs. So whoever is in that regardless of who's there, we've got to revamp them. I think being able to have a conversation, being part of the process.
I'm fixing my armor.
Hopefully optimistic we can do that. I mean, look, we can't play with the cards we're dealt, figure it out. I think that's what
No! How could this be?
Moonbane favors thee.
In the 90 minutes that transpired, Senator Manchin returned first, swinging the vote in the other direction, leading the NLRB to Republican control 2 years earlier than necessary.
So that's crazy as hell. So like when they failed to get word to Vice President Harris quickly enough to come and deliver the tie-breaking vote, and then 90 minutes that transpired, Senator Manchin returned first, swinging the vote in other direction, ceding the NLRB to MAGA control 2 years earlier than necessary. These procedural blunders have massive implications for the American people who deserve better from their elected officials. American workers deserve an explanation. And it says down here, it will hurt the young folks organizing at Starbucks and the workers organizing at Amazon. It's inexcusable and inexplicable that we did not prioritize confirming the NLRB appointees like we do federal judges and have seated the board 2 years, my cup's in the way, 2 years before they needed to. Like, come on, guys. We can't get the basic shit down. But it's the woke mind virus that's, ruining everybody. It's standing up for trans people who have done nothing but help your campaign the entire time. That's what's dragging us down. And you can't even get your fucking ass to a fucking meeting to make sure that the fucking NLRB doesn't turn into like this giant corporate monster that's going to eat all the unions or force everybody into work that they don't want to do, for the simple fact that it's the only job in town that isn't, Amazon. Like, you hurt smaller unions by not doing this shit. Not everybody has, a Sean to stand up for them. Some unions are smaller. Whatever.
Necessary. These procedural blunders have massive implications for the American people who deserve better from their elected officials.
We
American
don't
workers
stop
deserve
until
an
there is no
explanation.
one left.
Now, regardless of your opinion on the NLRB overall, it seems like Kamala Harris still had the opportunity to deliver a tie-breaking vote and chose or was not there to cast that vote. Does that track with at least your immediate involvement with Kamala Harris? Because you've been in rooms where you directly talk to Kamala Harris as well for labor-specific issues.
Well, I mean, look, if you miss the bell or you don't show up for work in the real world, you're in trouble, right? But there's no consequences for her.
That's what I'm saying, though. and they got her running in 65 different directions. Perhaps she doesn't have to run in 65 different directions if she gets to run, like, you know, a regular campaign. And it's not, what day is this from? So this is from January 7th. Oh, so this just come on, brother. Come on, brother.
She should have been there. She should have done the right thing. And this is what the problem has been all along. Rokan has been a great advocate for working people. I spent a lot of time with him. And look, he'd have the inside track on what actually happened. But, you know, if you're expected to be there and you can actually make an influential decision, then be there regardless of whether you won the election or not.
Right.
Now, we can speculate, or I could speculate, maybe she didn't care because she lost. I don't know whether that's true or not, but, you know,
That's
based
what it looks
upon,
like.
My experiences.
That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
Based
right?
upon
That's what it looks
the
like.
election
It looked like she went home and sulked, right?
results, maybe she just doesn't care anymore. And, you know, elections have consequences, and this is clearly a consequence of an election.
Yeah. So here's the other side of the story. So in terms of Josh Hawley, you've talked about him with we even had a conversation about Josh Hawley where you believe that he is you had a conversation with him. You believe that he's committed to the statements that we've heard from him very publicly about supporting labor unions.
Yeah,
I guess
he's
the
all
question
full of
I
shit.
have is, or at least the fears I have, and this is echoed by my friend Alex Press as well, that with the Trump-backed NLRB appointments or new NLRB judges, do you feel like there is something to fear with respect to the judges potentially opposing the Teamsters argument that Amazon is a joint employer of its drivers, specifically the ones that we're talking about with the strikes that are happening or were happening all around the country?
I mean, the fear of the unknown obviously is not a comfortable position to be in. We're hopefully optimistic by having conversations with people like Josh Hawley, working bipartisan across the aisle, that we can convince and also support previous rulings that have determined they are in fact a joint employer. So time will tell, but I will say this about Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley, since the day we've been working with him, hasn't wavered on anything that we've asked him to do. He showed up at picket lines in Missouri. And look, there's a lot of Democrats that haven't done the right thing either. I mean, you mentioned Joe Manchin. That guy is.
Oh yeah.
Thank God he's leaving. I mean, talk about being bought and paid for. I mean, that guy comes from a blue collar state that went right to work. And, you know, he flip-flops more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. Matter of fact, when my first time down in D.C., probably the first week I was living.
Kamala Harris is the attorney general for California, and she was dancing on stage with Liz Cheney. I don't know.
Living here, I was in a supermarket, and I don't go to self-checkouts because they eliminate jobs. And I looked over, and there was Joe Manchin in a self-checkout while the line for a regular cashier was about 13 people deep. And it just goes to show you that, you know, it's all about him. And thank God he's done.
So let me say something on that real quick, because that's like my past industry or whatever. Like with the whole self-checkouts and shit like that, is it taking someone's job away? Not really. But Sean knows that because he's a real smart guy. It doesn't take people's jobs away, because guess what? Somebody has to supervise you morons, and your inability to place the item in the bag. Well, it is in the bag. No, it's in your fucking hand. It's just, why is he yelling at me? I'm about to do it. I've done enough self-checkout shifts to know that the average person cannot manage a register. They can't do it. I've seen you guys in the wild. I've seen you try your best. I've seen like the funny person. I've seen like the super technical part. Like, you guys all suck at it. You don't know produce codes. You don't know how to weigh anything. You don't know how to bag your own food. You think bagging is just like this easy thing that you just take whatever and put it in a bag, and that's called bagging. Duh. No, it's packaging. It has to make it through the car ride. It has to make it through it has to get back into the cart. It has to make it through the car ride home. It has to make it into the carry into the house process. Like, all of that is factored in when you're training a 16-year-old who's got, you know, pizza face and 6 girls that are not like texting him about, like, if it takes me like a month to train a child with a child's brain, and there were customers that I would have for years who still couldn't figure it out until the fact that they just gave up, you know. And while they're saying that, oh, this is just a way for them to save money, modern people don't want to talk to other people, right? They don't want to have a 14-minute conversation at the grocery store about their kid. They don't. Like when I go, well, it's different for me because like I used to work at some of the places that I shop now. So I'll see some people that I recognize and that I know or whatever, and that's fine. You have a little visit, whatever. But old people have to remember that young people do not want to talk to you while they're out in public. Self-checkout is like a dream come true that they don't have to interact with these confused old people who just have nothing but bad shit to say about us. So no, we don't want to talk to y'all. We don't want to sorry, the heater was burning my feet. We don't want to have conversation. We just want to get our shit and leave.
The
So
eyes we
it
are
doesn't
born with
get rid
lie.
of jobs.
The
That's
eye
a
we
lie.
cultivate sees
It doesn't.
true.
We have to get self-checkouts in a lot of locations because we don't have any fucking cashiers. Because nobody wants to work there. Because the people are so nasty that you can't keep anybody. They all quit. Nobody wants to get cussed out for, you know, $3 above minimum wage for 40 hours a week for 20 years. I wonder why they don't. I wonder why self-checkouts are popping up. Because the American populace is nasty. It is nasty to people in the service industry.
Steal.
You never know. I mean, they do have sticky fingers, some of those guys.
Oh yeah. Okay. I want to.
What would you do if you got the mask of immortality?
Time again for democratic leadership.
And there
I
you go.
hand it
They're
to
like, oh, well,
you,
people
of
keep stealing
course.
from the self-checkouts. Yeah, because the workers let them do it. Because if we touch or say anything to anybody, we might go to jail or lose our job. So no, that shit's getting stolen today, buddy. Your shit's getting stolen today. I'm not protecting your fucking property. It's getting stolen.
To utilize federal
To my
regulatory
side.
agencies
Do I need a bag?
of the Democratic government ball when they're whipping votes. Just necessarily to you know, I guess, politicize the
Red on.
the regulatory mechanisms that are existing upon members of Congress, regardless of the party. Joe Manchin, I think, is a fantastic target for a conflict of interest, whether it's his daughter's pharmaceutical executive.
I've got this. Your kindness will not go unnoticed.
They also have direct involvement with a lot of things, and I think it's
Red
just
always suits me best.
utilizing agencies
Another comes and says Moonbane's wrath. Red always suits me best.
I mean, there's no doubt rules and regulations are there for a reason to be enforced across the board. I'm ready to show my power yet again.
Red always.
I know you're coming for me. I'm healing.
Our workers, our members that work at Amazon, and come to find out, taking donations from Amazon is not the only one. There's a lot of Democrats and Republicans that are taking donations. His daughter's been lobbyist for Amazon. Wouldn't sign
No! How can this
There's
be?
a lot of questionable ethics going on all around. And to your point, if there's checks and balances, there's a reason for checks and balances. And look, rules and regulations are no different than a collective bargaining agreement. If you don't enforce that collective bargaining agreement and utilize the enforcement and the mechanisms to right a wrong, then it's no different in the federal government if you're not utilizing the process and the agencies to fix corruptions and bad behavior, more importantly. And it should be an example. I mean, look, these elected officials should be viewed upon as elite leadership of the greatest nation in the world, and they should be held accountable so that everybody else, no matter what they do, no matter what rules and regulations are in place, that they follow those rules and regulations. They should be the example.
Absolutely. I want to switch gears here for a second and ask you about...
I generally agree with that.
And I don't know if you don't want to talk about this at all, but I want to ask about what Trump has said specifically about UAW leadership, specifically Sean Fain. Do you feel like, especially considering that Elon Musk obviously has crosshairs on him as well, do you feel like there will be any additional repercussions coming from the incoming administration against them? Because there are obviously a lot of people that are, you know, in positions of power now that have put crosshairs on him and the UAW as well.
Yeah, I haven't specifically spoke. I have spoken to President-elect Trump, but I haven't spoken specifically about Sean Fain, the UAW, or any other union at all. I mean,
You know what? I'm not going to front. I thought he was the other Sean. I could be honest about that. I could be real with you. I could be vulnerable at this time. Yeah, I thought he was the other Sean.
Tried to do, and I think we've been successful, is try and have conversations.
The other Sean took the shitty contract that the auto workers were given and made it a habit of having like a weekly press conference with the union members, like through Zoom or whatever, and then people were able to, like, you know, just call in from wherever they were at, and homie was just like repeatedly throwing it into a garbage can. Like he purposely pulled a garbage can over to him before he started going live, and then threw that joint in the trash.
A broader sense about what's important to labor.
I hope you're not squeamish. This will get messy.
Whether people agree or disagree, because no matter what you do in any situation, there's always going to be spectators that have never engaged in the sport that are going to be on the sidelines critiquing you and telling you how you should play the game. But I think...
Kind of like you with the self-checkouts, am I right? Am I right? Yeah.
What's important is that, you know, you look at the nominee for Secretary of Labor. Now, people can say, we'll see what she's going to do, but she's taken some positions. Not every position she's taken has supported labor, but the ones that count, like the PRO Act and everything else, that happened because of conversations that I specifically had with President-elect Trump in convincing him that, you know, what was said during the election from the Republican side and also himself, as far as, you know, we want to support working people, you know, we're not against labor unions, that this was an opportunity for him to make a bold move to make this appointment.
Could use a hand here.
They're attacking me!
I would love everybody to embrace.
I wish I could say you fought well.
Everything everybody does, but it doesn't happen. As far as retaliation, I don't know what the history is. I know about retribution and retaliation because when I spoke at the RNC, there was no secret.
And you're dead.
Politicians, senators, and elected, you know, came after me fast and good, and that's okay. But, you know, as far as
not yet.
In Sean Fain's future as it relates to the relationship with Donald Trump, I mean, I think you have to ask Donald Trump. I mean, you know, the one thing that I pride myself on is
you're dead.
You being the first, yes.
Let's see, what would Sean Fain have anything, like what possibly could be going good when he wants to have a frickin' trade war with Canada, which is where we get our steel to make all of our Fords. So that's the unintended consequences of putting a big dumbass in charge, right? Is because he's literally, in his attempt to punish Canada for being Canadian, he is going to make every single Ford on the lot more expensive. How much? We don't even know yet, because we don't know how far this is going to go and how disruptive it's going to be to the steel industry. I think it was Japanese steel just tried to buy an American company, and we blocked it. We wouldn't let them do it because, like, nah, dog, we're gonna keep rocking with our homies to the north. Apparently, that doesn't matter anymore. Apparently, being a good trade partner and helping helping one of the Earth's superpowers maintain a superpower ship. Because there's a fun trivia game you can play with people if you want to make like a couple bucks at the bar. Tell them you can, like, after like 1991, you know the #1 most selling vehicle, right? Or just challenge them to name the most popular vehicle from like any given year from like, I don't know, 2000 on. It's the same vehicle. It's the Ford F-150 every time. You're like, oh, well, then how about the Tesla? I was like, no, you don't understand. Like the Fish and Game Wildlife Park will buy 5 F-150s. The Park District will get 3 F-150s. The city sanitation will get 3 F-150. Like, every federal agency that you can think of probably uses a Ford somewhere. You know, like, they're all using Fords. Their fleet vehicles are Fords. That's just the way it is. And if you're over in the UK, it's probably Sprinters. You know, like, but it's a reliable, easy to get parts for, hard to kill pickup truck. Highly sought after and useful in a place that has crazy weather, that needs to be able to handle anything. It's dirt cheap, and if you buy them fleet, you can get them at a deal. If you buy enough of them at a time, you know what I mean? So fucking with the steel is just crazy.
Appreciate that. Again, I can't thank you enough. But, you know, I don't get into name calling. I don't get into saying anything else. But I know, you know, hearing from different opinions when, you know, you're berating someone.
I feel bad for anyone who has to fight me.
Personally, you know, I think people take that very personally. But I don't know what that means. I mean, what are you hearing?
So, actually, it's a great question because I want.
But wait, he's the expert.
Specifically, not about what Trump is slated to do, but also given your experience in a leadership role in obviously the Teamsters is a massive union.
This dude's a fucking Teamster, the president of the Teamsters, one of the most massive unions in the country. He's like, so what is going on out there? You didn't talk to none of the people that work there? Come on, brother.
There is a lot of outside noise right now, it seems, against Sean, and some noise utilizing like discontent within the union as well. Many people, this is from Alex Press, many people speaking out against Sean Fain are supporters of the admin caucus that, of course, you know, may not have played all that great of a role in the initial phases in the UAW, and are potentially looking to team up with Donald Trump. So, given your experience, I wanted to hear what you thought about that. Considering that there might be people in Trump's orbit that will work to basically get Sean out of the leadership position, going around and talking about like Sean Fain being corrupt. But even though those corruption charges are just they have no like real legal standing, and it seems like there's a lot of wrecker behavior being exhibited by parties that are more self-interested. And considering, you know, your experience, I wanted to hear if you've heard anything about this, if you've seen anything like this, and what would that look like if there was any sort of internal dynamic here?
I think
battle.
I try not to get involved in any other union politics, but what I have read, obviously there was a DOJ. There's been articles in numerous media outlets that, you know, said there was a DOJ investigation about inappropriation or anything else, and I'm not sure where that's coming from, but that was over the summer and I think early or late spring. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. I would assume. I don't know about a partnership with the Trump administration or anything else like that, but I would assume, you know, there's some controversy. There's some controversy probably within the membership. I mean, from what I know of his membership, he represents auto workers, which is a very hard-working backbone of this country, and he also represents
grad students,
professors and grad students, and everything else. So, of course, two different worlds, right? Two different opinions on a lot of things. So I would assume a lot of the criticisms and/or attacks against Sean Fain are coming internally, where people may be looking for allies externally to try and achieve goals of getting him out of leadership. That's my unqualified opinion, not knowing the politics. I could talk about the Teamsters Union and the politics. Look, you know, I'm sure there's people, and I know there's people that didn't agree with our position in this election, and that's okay. That's the beauty of being in a democratic union. That's the beauty of being an American. But at the end of the day, a lot of this rhetoric, a lot of these accusations that I incurred and that Brother Fain's incurring now could be some, you know, internal forces that don't agree with how his organization is being run. So, you know, it all comes down to politics at the end of the day. You know, we've got politics in the United States, and we also got union politics. And I always tell people it's a full contact sport, and elections bring the worst out in people.
So, okay, last question about Fain before I move on, but I wanted to hear what you think personally about his leadership over the past couple of years. Like, look, I'm a fan, but I wanted to, considering your experience as a union leader, I wanted to hear you elaborate on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did a good job through the strike. I mean, he took down 3 of the major automakers. I think he got I don't know the ins and outs of the contract. We hear different things, and I haven't had a conversation with him about what was achieved and what was not achieved. You know, I think politically coming in, I know this because I met with Sean early on when they won. I met with him and his team, and he won a tough election by only 500 votes. Yeah. And I look at, you know, you asked me about, you know, my opinion when we ran, and we ran, I think, a year before Sean Fain and his team ran. We beat our opposition, which basically was an incumbent opposition because it was a Hoffa design slate. I mean, we beat them 3-1. So, you know, to Sean's credit, I mean, the one thing that we did, or we didn't have to do as much of, is it was clear who the choice was in the Teamsters Union to lead this great union. It was the Oz team, right? To his credit, I mean, when you win an international election by only 500 votes, not only do you got to worry about taking on the employers and getting results and delivering on promises that you committed to.
Yeah, second place is
but
coming,
you also got to unite a union that completely is divided, and only winning by 500 votes put him at a disadvantage. I think he did a good job of what he had to work with. You know, I'm sure he doesn't agree with a lot of the stuff I did as a general president. I personally wouldn't get up and get personal with people. I'd rather debate the issues.
True.
And, you know, everything he did, I think he did with the mindset it was in the best interest of his members. And hopefully that, you know, the DOJ investigation doesn't prove wrong. Hopefully his membership unites. But, you know, that's not my politics. That's not my union. And look, I commend him for having the courage and conviction to strike the big 3 when it never happened before.
Hell yeah. So switching gears, I want to talk about the state of labor unions and union participation in the American economy. It's not a secret that while it seems that there is more positive opinions about labor unions right now, union participation is still at a historically low rate. This is virtually every single poll that covers this stuff shows that people are overwhelmingly pro-union.
Wait, what did that say? It said the share of U.S. workers belonging to a union has fallen since 1983, when 20.1% of American workers were union members. In 2023, 10% of U.S. Workers were in a union. Yeah, it's fucking Amazon, dude. Like, this is not fucking rocket science, dude. Like, people can't afford to work at a union place because you guys don't fight for wages. End of conversation. You will never get that number up until the unions fight for wages. If you are, first of all, if you're letting your city councils allow a warehouse into your district, that's on you. And if those people let it happen, then you need to get rid of them, and then you need to find a way to get that fucking warehouse out of your city immediately. That is why no one's in a union. Because everyone works for fucking Amazon, dude, and Amazon's not unionized. And they're never going to be unionized.
I thought you'd be more interesting.
Bezos will close the whole thing down before he decides to take less money You know what I'm saying? To get the same amount of profit. Like, he's not doing it. He'd rather let somebody else have it. So, whenever people want to start getting serious about, like, getting union numbers up and, like, improving people's lives on a day-to-day basis, you have to get rid of Amazon. No one else can survive if Amazon is eating everything. That's the way it works. There's only so many people that can work somewhere.
Virtually every single poll that covers this stuff shows people are overwhelmingly pro-union, but union density is as low as it's been in the past couple of decades. You have 10% in the private sector, or you have 10% overall, but in the private sector it's around 6%. And Alex Press also wanted to ask the question: how does the labor movement grow that number to what it needs to be to ensure workers themselves have actual power, which is around 40 to 60% density?
Well, I think it's important, number one, is to have a plan. To have a plan that's going to work. And I can speak specific to the Teamsters Union. I think you've seen, I don't really know Alex personally. I don't know what her background is. I know that she's very pro-labor, very pro-UAW, which has been critical of me in certain decisions. But the one thing that you can't dispute is the fact that we organized 70,000 new members in 2.5 years. We negotiated the strongest historic contract, UPS being the biggest at $30 billion.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? It's like we did this, and this is just like Biden fucking bragging about his economy. Who freaking cares if you got 70,000 people in 2 years, dude? Who cares? That's not the problem. But when you're a union boss, the only thing you think about is membership. Your brain, it's like a cop with ID, dude. Like, all you care about is get them more money, dude. If you focused on money half as much as you worked on membership and the rules and getting reelected and all this shit, like, this is probably why you don't need a president. Maybe you do need a board. Maybe you don't need a corruptible system like our federal government inside the union itself. Perhaps that's the issue.
How can this be?
Maybe you need a co-op. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you need more representation from the smaller people. But making them, you know, work 10 hours and then stay up, not take their normal after-work nap, and then go do a meeting with you is crazy. Is crazy. Getting some good stuff. Like, no one gives a shit that your membership numbers are up. I give a shit that your the wages have gone up for fewer people. I would rather you lose 5 people from your union and everybody get a 10% raise. You know what I mean? Because at that point, now the unorganized work is not so attractive. Like, there's no incentive for any young person to go into, like, some sort of job where they plan on retiring from that job. Like no one knows if that job is going to be there for 20 years now. Name one company that you are guaranteed for sure, you know is going to be there in 20 years. It's not like that anymore. Like, people can't just retire from their job anymore. Most people are so sick of their goddamn job at this point that if it weren't for the crippling debt that was, like, looming over their head, they would have left a long time ago. I mean, you're offering nothing except for membership in a club where you can bitch about how you don't get anything. Get people shit now or leave. Like, that's your whole fucking job, dude.
Ordeal with the largest increase ever, and that has had a snowball effect in many other industries and any and all industries that we represent. I think part of the problem, it comes down to politics as well. Electing the right people that are going to help pass legislation like the PRO Act or something in that form of the PRO Act that makes it easier for people to join a union, makes it easier where there's no threats of retribution or retaliation. I think another thing that's very, very important is, you know, people don't realize that, you know, social media is a great communication platform. but it also can be a huge weapon as well. You know, a lot of people get on there and they'll, you know, demonize their local unions. They'll demonize their international unions. And, you know, if you're reading about disgruntled situations or you're hearing from disgruntled people, you know, that doesn't help when social media is just so much available. And I'm not suggesting gag orders or anything else like that, but I'm just suggesting, look, you've got an organization that you belong to, whether it's right or wrong, and you agree that you don't, but the product is, you know, setting industry standards, setting standards around the country. Put your differences and your opinions aside and focus on upholding those industry standards and organizing new members. Sometimes we obviously cause our own demise in certain situations. And I know one of the biggest things that we've focused on as a leadership team is making sure that we have member-to-member engagement. We utilize our rank and file members that work in similar industries to go out there and have conversations with people that are working on that do the same job and highlight the benefits of working under a collective bargaining agreement, the wages, the benefits, more importantly, the respect and dignity and protection. And, you know, I think...
see? And there it is. There's a snake oil. Did you guys catch it? It was very subtle. It was very subtle. And you can tell it's snake oil because it's the same thing that racists say. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing. Like, it's the same thing as cult leaders. It's the same kind of emotional manipulation. I'll play it again. Let's see if you can catch it.
Thank you kindly.
People that work non-union that do the same job and highlight the benefits of working under a collective bargaining agreement, the wages, the benefits, more importantly, the respect and dignity and the protections.
There it is.
And, you know, I think...
The respect and dignity.
You know, there's a number of...
Don't you want to be part of the club?
There's a number of situations.
Don't you want to be part of the cool kids? Don't you want to be part of the union? Don't you want to be cool? That's not why you're in a fucking union, for the respect and the dignity of it. It's for money, jackass. I think everybody knows that. It's for money. I'm in a union because I'm going to get the best wage. That's why I'm in a union. I'm in a union because they will shut this bitch down if my boss is being unfair to me. Right? If my boss tries to fire me for some bullshit, they will protect me. That's what a union is for. No one gives a shit about wearing your fucking hats. You know what I mean? No one gives a shit about fucking having the t-shirt, having the lapel pin, you know, putting the sign out in front of your house. That's some good old boy shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's some good old boy shit. You got the pride of being in your... I was in a union for fucking 12 years, 15 years. They put the meetings 45 minutes away from the nearest store. It was and for me in like a management role, it was absolutely heartbreaking to break to cash these teenagers checks. And they've been working in the summer, in the sun. They you know what I mean? Like they work the evening shifts at night, putting stuff away and pushing carts, and then they get, you know, on the weekend they got to be there at like 10 in the morning, and they got to push carts while all their friends are like, you know, vaping it up, kissing the dude's girlfriend, and fucking just straight up, you know, just hanging out playing Pokemon Go, living their best lives. And what do these kids get for it? $60, $60, $70. That's how much their checks were. After pouring all that sweat, blood, heart, $60. I mean, it would have been $150, but they had to get their initiation fees and stuff out of the way.
I'll put them all to
like,
shame.
That's crazy to me that we're charging minors in unions. We're charging minors initiation fees. Buck wild to me. But hey, they get the pride of being in a union. So that's worth, you know, not getting your youthful summers back.
Situations or things that will help grow the union density. I think what's important also is embracing this next generation, because I mean, the 18 to 35-year-olds, hell, I wish I was 25 years younger right now because, man, do those guys and gals want to fight. You look at Chipotle, you look at Starbucks, you look at a lot of these industries, and it's energizing for an old guy like me in the labor movement. And I think we've got to.
No, it's cool, Sean. Just sell all your shit. Just sell all your shit. Get rid of your house. Start renting. Empty out all your savings and start over. Just start from zero. Because that's kind of where we're at. Because every time we've tried to save, the world blew up, and we had to sacrifice to keep the world from blowing up all the way. You know what I mean? Like, we had to keep saving Earth. Like, we had to keep being these superheroes for these 50 and 60-year-olds who can't figure out how to, I don't know, just go to your job and go home. Like, that's all they really needed to do. But that was too hard of a task, so they came up with all these extracurricular activities to cost us lots of money, start lots of wars, and just pretty much use the young people to exterminate races of people and groups of people that they don't care for. Well, joke's on you because we're younger and we like the people that you guys don't like. We appreciate their value. We see that they're important to us, that they're part of the society. And we understand our position as patriotism. And we're not willing to compromise on that. So there you go.
Utilize the best tools we have, and that's rank and file, worker to worker members. And we've got to get away from pointing fingers and not embracing and learning from our defeats, but learning from how we can be better and have different strategies. So with mandated, we tell this all the time. Every time I get to speak in front of a local union or a joint council or any body of union members, especially when I'm dealing with rank and file members, I always challenge them to say, look, your local has 4,000 members, your local has 10,000 members, or your local may have 2,000 members. You need to deliver 10% of new members every single day. And the only way that's going to happen is if you give true testimonials of how important and how better it is to work under a union contract. So, we also, all of us have that skin in the game.
And see, this is what pisses me off. Again. Piss off the whole day, I can already tell. Who the fuck cares about members, dude? We care about members because members equal dues. And dues equal your paycheck. You know what I mean? Like, he's not at a plant working. He's in an office, supposedly emailing and arguing for everybody's rights. He's visiting places to inspect the conditions and all that shit. But, dude, you don't get it still. And like I said, maybe a president of the fucking trade union is just not the right structure. Maybe it should be a council. Because this guy doesn't get it. Like, he's still chasing after fucking recruitment numbers as if it matters, dude. You're never going to get people unless it's advantageous for them to do so. Especially here in this country, people are selfish. People want what's best for them and theirs. You're not offering that. You're saying, aren't they worse than us? No one fucking cares, bro. Everything's worse than everything right now. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. So you telling me that you're only 50% as bad as my worst enemy means nothing. Like these turbo, I mean like gargantuan, Gojira, Kaiju, homunculi fucking unions that are in existence right now are like, why can't they take out Amazon? Why can't you get the car industry under control? Like, there's hundreds of thousands of you, right? And this is organized labor, right? So why doesn't it happen? And he keeps going to the politics of this and the such and such of that, and these things are just, corruption. You just can't do nothing about it. Just what can you do? And you're the president? Talking like that? Maybe I'm confused. You know, maybe I'm the one who just has too much time on his hands, because this is crazy.
I think social media can play a big role in uplifting this message as well. But
podcast. Did I mention I have a podcast coming out? Just checking.
Yeah. But what, in your mind, what do you think is the biggest hurdle to overcome in terms of increasing labor union participation?
Wages.
Well, I think the biggest hurdle is,
wages.
These union
If he doesn't say fucking wages.
Well, I think the biggest hurdle is, these union busters. I mean, these union busters, captive audience meetings. When you think about it, and I've done.
See, I knew he was going to do it. I knew he was going to do it. So what we need to do, guys, is we really need to just, get down to work and really get stuff moving in the right direction and really just start, getting the job done. So what's the number one problem? Yeah, people are hating on us, and that is really what our biggest problem is, that we just got all these haters. Dude, haters are not the fucking problem, dude. It's not haters. It's cash, brother. We have seen the greatest wealth transfer since in 100 years. Like, not since the 30s have we seen the poor get this much poorer and the rich get this much richer. And you are the president of like the second largest union in the country. And you want to tell me the number one problem with recruitment is haters. They can't hate on success, big boy.
On every job in the union, from rank and file all the way up. Organizing is the toughest job in the entire labor movement. And I think if we don't get legislation and protection against union buses, which I believe is about a $500 million per year business, in the captive audience meetings, banning them. I mean, a lot of states have done some good work on that, but it's got to be a nationwide approach. Then I think that will help tremendously because, look, think about this.
If you guys didn't see, I did a stream on the bin. I think I did on the bin. Yeah, it was on the bin. Check out the bin podcast, the network that I'm on with me and my buds. I went through all 290 whatever laws that were going to come into effect on January 1st in Illinois, and lo and behold, Illinois put one in. So if you are stuck in a captive meeting and you're in Chicago, and they're trying to tell you how bad unions are, you are under no obligation to sit in that meeting. You can literally walk out. I don't know about your clock out situation or whatever, but you're done. Like, you don't have to watch that. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to do any of that. They do not have a right to force you to listen to their bullshit. So that's already been taken care of. What else you got?
As a union organizer, you may get access an hour and a half per week with these members or with these potential members, where the employer has complete access 8 to 10 hours per day, and they have internal messaging and everything else. So banning those captive audience meetings, eliminating, making it illegal to union bus, I think that would help tremendously.
A question from the audience is from Virtual Meal says, I wanted to ask Sean about how to unionize in normally non-unionized sectors, more specifically in software and engineering. It is a concern many of us in the field express, and there is not guidance from our employers on unions, and there have been thousands of layoffs with no protections for workers in these fields.
Well, I can tell you this, the employer is never going to advocate
for
you being represented by a union. So, which is a great segue into, what I'm going to say next is, anybody that wants to organize, you shouldn't do it through your employer. Conversely, there's a great opportunity, I believe, in the tech industry. I believe there's a great opportunity to organize in non-traditional industries.
Opportunity is corporate speak for problem. Whenever there's a opportunity, it's actually there's a problem in the what's it called sector. There's a problem in the whatever. He's just couching his language.
I think what you need to do is contact a local union, whether it's the Teamsters, whether it's UAW, whether it's SEIU, AFSCME, or anybody, and start the dialogue. But I would just caution it never trust an employer. I don't care if it's your best friend. They're going to protect against one thing, and it's going to be the bottom line of their balance sheet. It's not going to be about what's in the best interest of workers. But, the other thing, too, in those tech industries, and I think we all have friends that work in them and maybe have relatives that work in them, there's no loyalty, and there's no better industry that's ripe to be organized. Because, look, if you're at a tech industry, a tech company, I have a friend of mine, ironically, I just worked out with him a couple of days ago, and he's been in sales, software sales for a company, Oracle, for 20 years. And they gave him an alternative. They weren't eliminating his job, but they were going to lay him off because they were getting a 22-year-old, a 23-year-old right out of college that was going to do his job for half the money. And I believe that's running prevalent in those sectors, especially the white-collar sales job tech industries. And so, you're 22 years old right now, and you get a job where you're making 80 and 90,000. You have no protections of a union contract. You have no say in your benefits. You have no say in what you do. 30 years goes by pretty quick. You could be that friend of mine that I just worked out in the gym that doesn't have a defined benefit pension plan, that doesn't have retiree medical, although he might have made a little bit more money. He's leaving with nothing, and that's what the loyalty to a company like Oracle gave to him. He's basically doing odd jobs right now to survive. So I think, if anywhere, if that industry is ripe for the picking, just contact a local union and get together.
That was great. Thank you. Also, as far as I understand, there is ongoing talks with Costco, with the Teamsters, and it seems to me that as recently as this past month, Costco has walked away from the bargaining table. Yesterday, Costco executives abruptly ended collective bargaining negotiations with the Teamsters, refusing to engage in a series of fair and practical proposals. And I wanted to hear what your perspective was on Costco specifically, especially considering that despite its record high profits, Costco is oftentimes seen as like a relatively pro-labor company. But just like you said, the company is at the end of the day pro-labor, they're pro-profits. What do you think about what's going on there?
Oh, what they just put out there in the news media or wherever they put it out, they're full of fiction. And Costco. Listen, I'll tell you the whole problem with Costco.
I gotta kill this guy.
And it's a corruptible problem that was enabled by the previous administration. And Costco has always fancied themselves as worker-friendly, pro-union, embracing unionization, and that is furthest from the truth. 18,000 Costco employees represented by the Teamsters Union, with the potential of 125,000 to be represented. And it's funny, when we took over, their whole attitude has changed. And, they thought that it was going to be the same old, and I say they, the employer. And we had an organizing drive, I believe, in Local 822. James Wright is one of my vice presidents in Virginia. And for a company that was so pro-union and embraced their workforce and appreciated it, I've never seen a more aggressive anti-union campaign launched against us. And we fought real hard. We spent a lot of money. We won that. And we accreted into the national agreement. And it was good that happened because we exposed them. They're actually suffering from a disease called diabetes, right? And they should be actually telling the truth that they don't want the Teamsters Union, that they don't want to allow us to organize. So I went to the first opening negotiations in November, and I'll tell you, I'm a person, a leader that believes in leading from the front. I believe in discipline and having respect. Whether I like you or I don't like you, I'm going to respect you until it's time not to respect you. So we sit down in negotiations. They show up 45 minutes late. We have our whole negotiating committee rank and file there. And I ask them right across the table before we even start, let me ask you fools something. If one of our members showed up late for work, what do you do to them? We write them up. I said, what's going to be the consequence? And they laughed and joked. I said, I'm be very clear and very transparent with you that you better take these negotiations seriously, because it's not going to be like it is. We are not going beyond the expiration date of January 31st. And we will strike your ass if you don't give us card check neutrality. Are you willing to give us card check neutrality? This was in November.
Okay, this is what it says here. The Costco Teamsters National Master Agreement protecting more than 18,000 union workers nationwide is set to expire exactly 3 weeks from today. Throughout negotiations, Costco executives have demonstrated a clear desire to prioritize Wall Street investors and executive compensation over the workers, who have made them one of the most profitable retailers in the world. Last year, Costco recorded $254 billion in revenue and over $7.4 billion in net profit. This is easy math, y'all. 7, 4, 1, 2. Okay, that's millions, 100,000s. There you go. Wait, there you go. 7.4 billion. So if you divide that times the 18,000. Oh, those people all made $500,000. Man, that must be really great for them because they split the profits evenly. This is what splitting the profits evenly looks like. You know, this is what it looks like. This is how you retain people. This. See these numbers? These numbers, the 411.111. That is what gets recruitment. That is what gets people's asses in the door. And you're giving them, you know, for a manager. That's fine, right? That's fine. It's just a manager. Well, then manage your fucking company without managers then.
Or October. And they said, we really don't believe in that. So
I thought they were pro-labor. What happened?
Right, exactly. So we got up and we walked out and we told them we'll see you 30 days before the contract expires. What is not being reported.
So this guy's playing fucking chicken with all the money because they showed up late to a meeting. No, you better be taking me serious. I'm disrespected. Get your fucking feelings out of the way, guy. Get your feelings out of the way. Right? Big tough man. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, who cares if they're fucking late? If they're fucking 2 hours late, but you get closer to that 411.1111, if you get closer to that, as opposed to further away from that, then who cares if you're late? Get your fucking personal feelings out of the fucking way. Ugh, driving me fucking insane, dude.
Is that thankfully we got almost a $350 million strike and defense fund. So last night I was on the phone with our lead negotiator and our legal counsel, and we are going to, through a general executive board decision, pay each and every worker, if there is a strike, $1,000 per week. So they're not going to be financially compromised, our members. Their families aren't going to be compromised. And we are going to take it to the street and make an example. And we're going to make them be.
But why are you waiting until now? Why did you agree to the first contract? That's the problem, dude. They always do this. They always fucking do this. They will let the company get away with damn near murder. And they say, oh yeah? Well, we're going to get them now. They really messed up this time. We're really going to show them who's boss. But we went up 2,000 members in fucking 2 years. Like, fuck off, dude.
Pro-worker, pro-union company, one way or the other. You can guarantee that.
Hell yeah. That's
the same with United Airlines. You know, United Airlines is another big battle we have going on.
Yeah.
Where, you know, again, greed, not appreciating our members, thinking that it's going to be the same old, hiding behind an antiquated Railway Labor Act that keeps moving the goal line every time. I mean, I just wish for once we could just strike them hard. And we will at some point.
Yeah. So if you don't mind me asking, if you could elaborate on card check neutrality for those in the audience, why is this so important to have card check neutrality? What is card check neutrality?
Well, card check neutrality is basically when you get the majority of representation cards. So when you're organizing a company and it's authorization, you're getting authorization from the employees to petition for representation through the National Labor Relations Board. So that
That's the
basically
NLRB.
gives the ability to file cards under the National Labor Relations Act. When you get the majority of the cards, there's a lot of good employers out there that if you get the majority of the cards, meaning that if there's 100 workers and you have 75 cards, signed out of 100, and you go to the employer and say, look, you want to go through this drawn-out process where we potentially could strike you for resignation, and or do you want to sit down, you value your workers, voluntarily recognize your employees, our potential members, and let's sit down and work out a contract. So it kind of eliminates the process. Well, it does eliminate the process of the National Labor Relations Board. In some cases, we've had card checks with companies where you both agree on a third-party arbitrator to verify the people that are in the unit and verify the numbers, and then you sit down and negotiate a contract. And it's a great process, but it's also a great litmus test to see how embracing employers are of welcoming unions.
In the tier of being open to unionization, I would say that obviously even asking for a third-party arbitration is going to be still an additional layer of stopping the unionization process, even though it's obviously still better than trying to actively combat it and taking it up to the NLRB. And the best possible outcome is that they immediately say, okay, we're open to it, right?
Right. And then you sit down. But the tough part right now is in any and all negotiations under the current system is, let's say you organize a company traditionally through the National Labor Relations Board. You win that election. I think the average is 406 days if you're successful to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement for the first time. But what exists, no matter what, through that process, especially if it was a contentious organizing drive victory, is that employer will continue to stall, will continue to intimidate workers while you're going through that process of collective bargaining. So that's why it's important that, we've got to have laws that protect workers, not just during the organizing campaign, but throughout the process of collective bargaining, but also having a mechanism, an arbitration, decide, obviously rule on a first contract if the parties can't agree on it, meaning that, we come to impasse, then you submit it to an arbitrator, and I think that's a version of the PRO Act.
Hold on, I'm going to take a quick BRB. I got to let the dog out. Are you trapped in here, buddy? He's like, my water, my food, my toys. He's up from his nap. Hi, pup. All right, let me get him set up. I'll be right back.
We have occupied an objective. Our forces are assaulting Alpha 1.
Located. Tango on my mark.
Our troops have seized Alpha 1. Alpha 1 is being contested by hostiles.
Yeah. Okay. Prince K. I'm just freestyling the chorus and I hope something come out good. Time it just exists to make existence.
Russian forces are now at half strength.
Time it just exists to make existence fucking relevant. Time it just exists to make existence fucking relevant. I need to vent. Time it just exists to make existence fucking relevant. Time it just exists to make existence fucking relevant. Time it just exists to make existence fucking relevant. Irrelevant. I need to vent. Time it just exists
All right. Where were we?
So that people can actually achieve that goal of getting the first contract.
Is there, I don't want to ask anything that's like tricky, but is there any sort of educational efforts behind educating the rank and file on the importance of political participation when it comes down to applying even pressure as individuals, not as representatives of the union, but as individual American voters? Is there any sort of education on like the voice that they might have outside of labor unions and strikes in terms of organizing in their own communities and potentially applying pressure to their own politicians in an effort to make sure that this sort of legislation does pass?
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's how you shut down Amazon in its tracks, because they're not allowed to build, or they're not allowed to buy, or they can't get a permit in your city. You block them out. Like, this is all connected.
Speak to any other organization but what we've been doing, and I know there's a lot of great labor organizations out there that have, you know, political action, political education, and I know that we have been focused on political education, and education, more importantly, empowering our members to have those conversations with the representative that they elect within their communities. A lot of politicians, and I've seen this having to live in D.C., when I talk about politicians, legislatures, primarily senators and Congress people, you know, they spend more time with the bureaucracy in D.C. rather than in their communities actually talking to the people that they're elected and paid for to represent. And I think what we've been doing, and I know what we've been doing, is encouraging accountability on behalf of our members by, you know, getting them involved. You know, we've got a pretty aggressive program at the IBT, you know, where we've got statewide coordinators that we dispatch to talk to our members, to craft messaging and education. So yeah, to your point, especially in light of what's happened over the last year and what potentially needs to happen moving forward, there's no better example of engagement of rank and file members that live in the communities where these politicians are paid to represent their best interests. And in many cases, the best interest in a lot of these communities is supporting collective bargaining, supporting unionization. So to your question, long way around, yes, absolutely we do. And we think that's very important to the success of unions and the success of the middle class.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time left, and thank you so much for coming on, but I wanted to ask one final question. This is from, I believe, a rank and filer from the Chicago Fire Department. As you might have heard, and I remember encountering a picket during the DNC, the Chicago Firefighters Union is working with no contract at this point for over 3 years. And they keep getting pushed around and steamrolled by the city with no end in sight. And because they are a firefighters union, they're a no-strike union. And I guess the question I have for you as a prominent labor leader Is there any advice that you might have for labor unions that work in these sectors that are obviously incredibly important for public health and safety, and therefore have a lot of these like no strike clauses? Like,
well, first off, anybody that doesn't give public, first responders in the public sector, the best contract that they possibly get and want to play games with them, they should be allowed to strike. I know that they're not allowed to, but look, in the firefighters, I love the firefighters union. I think Eddie Kelly is a great leader. The advice, I mean, again, you just talked about a political action. I mean, again, we are electing these people that are deciding on and negotiating and deciding on our contract. At the end of the day, I mean, I think you just got to be vigilant. Look, no politician, no governor, no mayor, no city councilor wants any type of public negative exposure, especially with firefighters. I mean, look, every bad situation that possibly could happen, those are the first men and women that show up. I mean, it's fucking criminal if that's happening. And look, get on the platform, get on the social media platform. Get out there, be at city council meetings, be at events, and don't be afraid to let your voices be heard. I mean, it's ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. You look at what's going on in LA right now. I mean, these firefighters, they're heroes. They are fucking heroes, and they don't, a lot of these firefighters, this isn't just a job for them, it's a passion, it's a lifestyle, and they should be rewarded accordingly.
Yeah, especially with respect to wildfire prevention brigades that work at the federal level. From what I understand, I have some members of this community that do that. They've reported that their wages are insanely low. They get actually the lowest possible wage that you can get from the federal government. Sometimes around like the starting salary being around $50,000 a year. There are reports of some of the wildfire fighters actually having to live in their cars because it's impossible for them to operate in the areas and live in those same areas because the real estate marketplace is obviously devastating. Is there any way for these sectors, not to say, by the way, that like obviously the Teamsters are in a less valuable position in terms of like the importance that they have in the logistics in our supply chain. Every part of the labor force is important equally, but for many of these sectors where they can't strike, what can they do? Like what would you recommend that people do aside from getting the word out?
Look, the one thing that is prevalent and not always practiced in the labor movement is solidarity. So I think it's important to find ways to utilize partners in labor in the private sector to help in that fight in the public sector without obviously incriminating myself or anybody else.
Mrs. Famine with the
there's
production
always
notes. I will turn
creative
the game
ways
down. Sorry about that, guys.
To get a message sent on behalf of people that may not have the same rights and conditions to strike. So you can read between the lines. I would suggest that the Chicago firefighters reach out to a very strong leader in Chicago, Local 705 Juan Campos, and I'm certain you can be very creative in your fight together.
Hell yeah. Well, on that note, thank you so much, Sean O'Brien, for coming.
All right, well, it looks like they're wrapped up. I can give my final thoughts here on this one, and then we'll go to the next video. I think organized labor is important. I think it's critical. I think it's what kind of got us out of that like industrialized revolution, like right, like that's what kind of saved us from the meat processing plants. And like if you haven't read The Jungle, go read that. Like working conditions used to be bad, and like we're not putting kids in mines anymore. Like we got a 5-day work week, 40 hours. Like that's all thanks to organized labor, right? Like that is all thanks to unions. Like we would all be working 70-hour weeks, you know what I'm saying, for like $1.50 if it weren't for unions. Not disagreeing with that at all. However, you may not rest on your laurels when people are suffering, right? Like when a crisis happens, you have to step up. You have to. You have to. So this shrinkflation and all of this price gouging and all that shit, that is done under your watch, bro. And if it's done under your watch, then you didn't do anything. You know, like you didn't help. You didn't help the problem when we needed you to help the problem. And that's the whole point, right? Like, that's the whole point of it, is to make sure that people don't go without. And make sure that people have dignity and pride of being in a union. Who the fuck cares about pride if I'm starving to death? If I'm a firefighter and I'm living in my goddamn car? Like, what are we talking about? So, again, I am not anti-organized labor at all. I'm anti, just like I'm like, spirituality is fine. I just think organized religions are bad. It's worse than that, because it's like, dude, you're not getting the point, and you're the one at the driver's seat not getting the point. Like, that's why it's bad. Like, that's why I'm upset. Like, if he was just like a normal, like, union dude, I wouldn't care what he said. He doesn't know. You know, he's not in those rooms. He's not having those conversations. He doesn't have that kind of pull. He does have that pull. He does have that influence. And for him to be so off base, dude. Like, you're just off base. Like, you have lost sight of the forest for the trees. Like, you literally have forgotten that the whole job is to improve the lives of the workers, not for you to, like, get all these accolades. Like, the only accolade that you should be touting is that I got wages up. Because this is not, you know, they like to, you know, fantasize the word career and this and that. No one needs a 50-year fucking career shoveling, you know, salt into a pickup, into a dump truck at City Works for Chicago. Like, no one needs that as a career. That's not necessary for that person to have a career. You know, they can have a career as a musician or as an artist or as any number of things. They can do all kinds of stuff. You know, they don't have to just sit in this fucking factory their entire lives, let the entire world spin right past them, and then they're supposed to just, you know, keep paying their dues, literally. And hey, you'll get a nice little small house at the end of it as a thank you for the possibly billions of dollars that you've raked in profit for the company. That's not a good trade-off. And to not take the footing that all of these companies owe something is the wrong footing. You have to start off with they owe us. Like, your attitude going in needs to be they owe us. They haven't done enough should be the attitude. But instead, oh, well, they're delaying us. Delaying what? Go on strike. What are you talking about? You have a strike button. Pull the strike button. You got $350 million sitting there in wages that can go out to people. So what? Go on strike. Strike it up. If you're not willing to get your hands dirty, and actually that kind of goes right into the next clip pretty good. If you're not willing to get your hands dirty, if you're not willing to piss some people off, if you're not ready to fucking lose a couple of votes, you know, have to reapply for your presidency or whatever the case may be, if you're not ready to do all that shit, then you need to fucking step down. Like, we don't have any more runway left. Like, everyone's back is literally, like, we're all pinched, dude. We're all pinched. So if you're like, well, we'll get them here this time, and then we'll go this way the next time. No. That is why you have low recruitment numbers. You are not serious about protecting people. And by protecting people, I mean attacking their enemy, which is the billionaire class. You're not going after them. You're trying to, like, make deals with them. No. Go after them. Stand up for the people. Because it wasn't just like a calm, relaxed conversation where they just stopped putting kids in factories because they had little fingers to go into, like, the little parts of the machinery to clean it out. And I mean, what did we just find in what was that, Oklahoma, where they had the migrant children in the pork processing plant climbing down into the bottom of the little crusher gear thing to clean out all the schmutz and guck and nasty that's down in there. Sending little kids in there, 8, 9 years old. Sending little kids in there. Like they have completely fallen in love with the smell of their own farts. Like, they can't get enough of the fucking hot air that they push. Get the people paid. End of the sentence. Get them paid or they don't work. That's the end of it. You got $350 million, start shutting them down one by one. No more auto until we get the money. No more planes until we get the money. No more trains until we get the money. No more Costco until we get the money.
We will rid the world of this filth.
Shut them the fuck down, dude. Shut them down or step down. Those are your options at this point.
They have this notion.
Oh, this is the Bulwark.
If I could talk.
We're gonna check out Michael Steele. Oh, it's Michael Steele's. I think this is Michael Steele's show, but we'll give it a listen.
To them long enough.
Yeah.
I can convince them
right.
that I am right. But you're dealing with a bunch of Bruce Fishers.
Oh, this is the cold
Who,
open.
even when it can't.
Let's get to the start. Okay, there we go. I see a transition.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Steele podcast. Oh, my God. You can't start your new year better than this. If you want to blow some shit up, this is the way you do it with these three. I'm telling you, Karen Hunter, Roland Martin, and Tim Miller. Oh, hell yes. That's a party I want to be at. Welcome to the Michael Steele podcast.
Michael Steele is so
Happy
corny.
New Year to all of you.
He's kind of lovable in his
barbershop edition.
He's a Republican.
Gonna get a little bit cut off the sides. Had a little bit too much off the top already, but we're working on it. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Glad to be here.
New
I
Year.
just wish I had a drink.
Oh, Tim.
Alcohol causes cancer. Sorry.
Yeah, this is true.
Ain't nobody ask you, Karen. Mind your business. Mind your business, Karen. Ain't nobody ask you. Nobody asked you what
Gummies,
causes
then. I'll
what.
take a gummy. Is that okay, Karen?
I'm happy New Year.
Right now. Chill out,
I
Karen.
just want to get just out of the gate as you kind of did the rewind, because I know you each did in the various platforms that you have. Take that look back at 2024. So let's just kick that shit to the curb. We don't need to do that because that's a headache that we just don't need to reinvite. But then I'm sitting here and I've watched this press conference today with the incoming president, and I was like, well, maybe the headache is the thing. I don't know. How are you guys assessing 2025? Not even a weekend so far. Karen, what's your audience saying to you?
No, I'm very clear about not leaning into the nonsense. There's nothing we can do about it. The man's gonna be president. I'm not gonna be on high alert and anxious. I'm not gonna be taking the gummies. I'm not going to lean into the
Karen's just
frenzy.
better than us.
Instead, what I have instructed my
Karen,
audience,
some
because
of
it's
us
not
need
what they're saying to
liquor.
me, is
Some
what
of
I'm
us
saying
need
to them.
gummies,
It's
okay?
our job
Just
to
calm
provide
down
them
with judgment over
with
there.
a clear vision
like your
forward.
judgment right now.
Is that we have to create the world we want to live in. If everyone's listening to me, you live somewhere. How do you make where you live better? How are you impacting the politics of where you live? Because worrying about whether we're going to have Canada and Panama Canal is going to be, I cannot. I don't know what's happening. I don't know whether the oceans are going away. I don't know. There's nothing I can control but where I am right now. So that's
Speaking
my
as someone
message.
from Mexican America,
Control where you are right
I
now
approve
and
this
do
message.
something.
Tim, what are you doing, man?
I think that's a good message for the audience. I think it's a good message for regular folks because I get that people come to me like, "What can I do? What should we do?" And I'm like, honestly, like we're not to ride the wave for a little while, and
Right.
finding ways that you can get involved in your community is a good help. You know, like look local, look to ways you can make a difference. I'll say this about the national though. The best way for the Democrats to get right, or for the anti-Trump folks, however you broadly you want to define them, to get right, is for this man to fail. And I think that sometimes you hate to look to Mitch McConnell for guidance on anything, but when Barack Obama got in, what he said in that private meeting at the Willard or whatever it was before Obama even inaugurated. He was like, "Guys, our job is to make this man a failed president," and that's it. Like the best, like the Democrats, like,
and that's not. And I don't know why the current iteration of the Democratic Party doesn't understand that. Like, the other side is not looking to like, all right, let's just shake hands and get this done for the people. They're like, No, bitch, you need to lose everything so that I can win. Like, they don't care about us, dude. They care about winning so that they can control us. Like, it's not the same thing. You're not comparing apples to apples here.
Like, the best way back for the Democrats is for this guy to fail. And whether that failure looks like a shit show, like a crazy shit show where he doesn't actually help anybody that he promised, or whether he actually hurts people, I'm pretty open to the idea that it could be either or both at various times. Making sure people are aware of that, know about that, people that aren't as engaged, I do think is going to be an important project of those of us who are in the commentary space.
Before I go to you, Roland, Karen.
And for those of us in the commentary space, you have to be brutally honest to people. Brutally honest. Stop filling their heads with bullshit. Don't fill them with like exaggerated fears, and do not fill them with false hope. This is the score of the game. This is how many points we have. This is how many chess pieces are on the board. Our move is going to be this. What do you think? Like, that's where it should be. But instead, it's, well, we will be putting out an announcement, and we will announce our announcement at our announcement meeting. Like,
Karen is kind of chomping at the bits there a little bit.
No, yeah. I'm not. I mean, we live on this ball together. So, and I'm not wishing for him to be successful. But what does failure look like? World War III? Like, and what does harm look like? I can't in good conscience, wish for that. I just, I don't know how to respond.
I hear that, but your wishes aren't, unfortunately.
So what is she saying? She said, look, y'all, he's already going to be president, so there's nothing we can do about it. So I'm going to just go ahead and get to work. And he's like, well, I hope all of his plans fail. Well, what do you mean his plans got to fail? The fuck, dude? Do you want everybody else to participate or not? It doesn't even, have a good point if you're going to interrupt.
Our wishes don't matter. I wish our wishes mattered. If our wishes mattered, we wouldn't be here. If our wishes mattered, we'd have a different outcome. So I'm more talking about just
anti-gummy Karen over here got me hot.
People need to be educated about the ways that he let them down, or the way, and I think that there's a nihilism that sets in, like, oh man, he won, nothing matters, nothing, and that's just not true. Like we saw in 2020, it was in people's face. His failures around COVID were part of the reason why he lost. I think his failures weren't in people's face in 2024 in the way that we like them. They were in the face of very highly engaged consumers. But his failures and his chicanery have to be publicized. I mean, that's just the work. It just is.
Roland, how are you?
I think first and foremost, what people just witnessed, I believe, is a fundamental difference between who I call Democrats, progressives, liberals, because you can't just say just Democrats. That's a very broad category. You talk about the right, it's right or far right. I mean, that's just it. Okay. So if you look at the last 4 years and the 8 years of Obama, you get Republicans who every day in the Republican ecosystem, every day wished harm on America.
Yep.
Awful stuff, bad, terrible. One of the reasons Biden's approval numbers were so low. Why do people feel the way they feel about the economy? Because also, it was the constant drumbeat. It was recession. They called for recession every day for almost 4 years. It never actually came. And so Democrats, progressives, liberals are playing a game that no longer exists. They are still operating as if this is the 1960s or 1970s. That's gone. It's gone. It's
gone. Gone. It's gone. Stop using that playbook. The rules have changed. That system is gone.
The 1960s or 1970s. That's gone. It's gone. And so the question is, do you get ruthless? When Biden came in, what did he say? Oh, the old Republican Party is going to come back. Hillary Clinton said the exact same thing in 2016. What happened? Their ass is handed to them because they did not understand the world that we're living in. So how I've been operating, did I see the news conference? Hell no. I'm not wasting any energy on a crazy ass. First of all, the inauguration is January 20th. First, I didn't do it for 4 years, you will never hear me say words like president and Trump together. Because I will never give somebody the respect of the office of president who has none. He will be called the convicted criminal in chief. He will be called the thug in chief, insurrectionist in chief. That's how I'm going to deal with him.
The thug in chief is hilarious.
He will be called the thug in chief, insurrectionist in chief. That's how I'm going to deal with him. To Tim's point,
that shit's funny.
I'm absolutely going to highlight.
Like, that's probably not funny, but that shit is funny to me.
His massive failures. Remember, Republicans and conservatives, they cried every month the jobs report came out. Shit, more jobs. Damn, more jobs.
But then the jobs thing is like one of those kind of like inflated fake bullshit things where, yeah, look at all the new jobs that we found. Yeah, because everyone has, instead of one job, they have like 5 jobs. We don't want to brag about these things. We need wages up in a meaningful way.
I mean, every month. So we have to understand, one of the reasons we are here is because the right attacked every single day anything that they did. Democrats believe in norms, believe in values.
I don't.
We shouldn't do that. The best of us. So we just have to understand, you got two sides that are playing 2 totally different games. And the other side, you see what Meta, Facebook is now doing. You see the capitulation of even the billionaires. What Republicans are doing right now is not about the next 4 years. It's about 2028. It's about who controls the White House when the census comes up in 2030. That's what we're dealing with. And so Democrats, progressives, and liberals, y'all better realize this is a long game being played.
It's been a very long game for a long time. I know it's something I said.
Yeah, and we definitely do not want the MAGA crew in charge of the fucking census.
For a number of years, going back to when I was a state chairman, that it was very clear that 2 different games were being played at the political level, at all levels politically, which is, you know, we're focused on North Carolina. We're focused on courts, and the Democrats are talking about the environment. And then when a
Trump-appointed federal judge just sent the election of the North Carolina Supreme Court justice to the Republican-controlled North Carolina Supreme Court. They've now issued a stay. Allison Riggs won, but they don't want a 5-2 majority. They want a 6-1 majority, and they want to beat the sister Anita Earls next year to have a 7-0 majority.
This isn't politics. I mean, this isn't partisan politics. What we're talking about today is.
But this is what happens in swing states, right? So while everyone's talking about oh, see, she did okay with this and did okay. No, idiots, there's a whole ticket. Like, that's what's wrong with the Democratic Party. Like, they keep acting like the president is going to save everybody from everything. But instead, they spent $2.5 billion fucking dollars on an election that they fucking lost. If only we had some money to pour into some of these seats down the ballot that actually had a friggin' chance. That could actually, like, you know, inoculate the people from this nonsense, from this would-be dictator and his cronies who are literally fleecing and looting the country as we speak. They're literally taking everybody's shit right now. Right now, they're taking everybody's shit. And they don't intend on giving it back. Because it would be, you know, not nice for us to ask for our fucking lives back that they're stealing from us.
It's not Democrats and Republicans.
Nope.
Right? This is not about Democrats or liberals or, you know, even if
it's not happening.
It's not. Trump was never a Republican. He was a Democrat. His children were Democrats in New York. They didn't even change their party because he wasn't running for president. And he wasn't running for president this time. He was running to stay out of jail, and that was effective. We're dealing with humanity at this point. And I don't know, you know, how we keep framing it around parties, but that's why Democrats, quote unquote, Democrats lose. And for everybody who's like, oh, you're shilling for the Democrats, I was shilling for us, for humanity. I wanted people to live and have rights and to thrive. You know, that's what I was voting for. I wasn't voting for Kamala Harris or a party. And I think if we can move away from parties and start really talking to people about what they need and start really resonating with them around the issues that matter. But Roland, you're right. I mean, this is a war that people aren't prepared for because it requires something that won't happen, which is truth, right? Where do we go to get the truth? We're not going to get it on social media.
Well, that's, I just did 3 different videos. Look, I'm an investor in Funday. I have the hate the third critic whether you don't have suppression of your content. And I literally said to my audience, you see what Facebook, Threads, Instagram is doing. You see the right desperately want to buy TikTok. You see what Elon Musk is doing. And I said part of the issue is that you have to have a place where you're able to mobilize, organize, have truthful information. That's one. It's one of the reasons why I keep telling my folks, I need you to be on Funday, which I'm on as well. But 2, this requires a level of ruthlessness. And see, it's hard for people to want to go there, all right? You look at what will go down. All the amazing things that President Joe Biden did. What will the most important thing people remember? The massive failure of Merrick Garland. You know why? Because Democrats, liberals, progressives, don't want to be ruthless. They don't want to do it. If you look at places where they control the state house, the state senate, and the governor's mansion, are they being ruthless with their power? No. They're nice, congenial. They're not locking down power. They're being ruthless. Biden should have appointed somebody who, from day one, I'm going after Trump's ass. Yes. But see, what he did is one of the same reasons Mr. McConnell did not vote to convict. Oh, you know what? This is it. This is the bottom. He's going to go away. No.
Yeah, but so to all of the points, which really, it was funny on our show last week, and Simone lost her mind on Hakeem Jeffries' passing of the gavel. And in the first minute of his speech, what did he talk about? He says, it's now time to bury the political sword and pick up the bipartisan plowshare. And I'm sitting there going, what the hell are you talking about? Do you know who's in the room with you?
Right.
Do you have any idea? Right. That majority, the guy standing next to you is going to take that bipartisan plowshare and shove it up your political ass? You recognize that? And in fact, Johnson comes out and unveils last week that, to your point, Karen, about humanity, number one priority for the Speaker of the House is what, people? What is it? Banning trans people from sports. That's his number one priority as Speaker of the House.
And the tax cuts and the deportations.
No. Actually, no, it's not tax cuts and deportation. What Michael just said, because what they've done is they understand this culture battle. Because here's the reality. If we really want to be honest about our personal conversations, the trans issue, that pisses off, actually, people who vote Democrat. That is a cultural issue. And that's why last year, I remember talking to the Biden campaign, they were running those radio ads on black radio stations in January, February, and March.
Yep.
They were testing the radio.
It began long before everybody recognized it.
And once they saw it was black male voices, I remember talking to the campaign going, are y'all not sick? Did y'all hear me? Oh, you know what? And they literally said, we don't think it's going to move the needle. I'm like, you're crazy. So what they're doing is they're taking the culture button. Howard Dean said in 2004, God gave guns. And so that's why you have union workers who got everything under Biden and Harris.
Yep.
Still say, I'm riding with Trump. We can't ignore the culture.
Because it wasn't
enough. We can't
enough.
ignore white identity politics. We can't ignore all these things that are happening.
And that's the problem when you focus on getting membership in your union as opposed to getting them what they actually need. Because all of this shit is tied together. You keep paying people starvation wages, and they will start to eventually start listening to the snake oil salesman. It starts to sound like a good deal after a while. And they're fucking wrong. They're wrong as shit. But they're misinformed. And whose job is it to inform them? Mine? It's my job to tell people who make, 5 times as much as me to get their shit together, and that they're being stupid, that they're falling for obvious dumb shit, that they can't tell that this isn't a real post, that they can't tell that that their boss is getting over on them. They can't fucking protect themselves from themselves. And then they also don't want to listen to anybody. I don't know what we're supposed to do with this. Like the whole waiting them out, and then it'll be our turn soon and we'll be able to. I don't know if that's going to happen. Like, I just don't know. Because we keep, fuck, I meant to do more than one. As hard as we try, there's no restitution. There's no median in the middle. One side is one generation is just like, look, this is gonna hurt everybody for a long time. Ain't that right, guys? And it's like, wait, why are you talking? How did you get in here? Who told you we were having a meeting? You're not part of the meeting for the future. And it's hard to like be told that you're not important, and that your concerns are no longer the most important thing for people to talk about. I could see how that's kind of unnerving, right? Like, I could see how that's really like, oh, they're dismissing us, and they don't give a shit about everything we did for them. Nah, dog. Again, get out of your feelings. It's not about you. We, as the generation behind you guys, cannot operate with your big ass in the way. You have to move aside, and you have to trust that we're going to do the right thing and that we're going to do right by you guys.
We will rid the
But instead of trusting us, they have this fucking eagle claw talon death grip on everything. Everything. Like, go retire. Oh, you can't because there's no money? Well, then that sucks, dude. But you have to get out of the job field. Then maybe we should stop, attacking so vociferously all of these social networks, all these social programs. They're a lot more important than they appeared at first, it would seem. God, there's a lot of these. Like, that's not our fault that you also got dicked over by the capitalists. Like, that's not our fault, bro. And to just like hold a generation hostage and just be like, look, y'all are just gonna have to pay this shit because we don't know what else to do. It's not our problem.
So the question now becomes, again, are you going to have Democrats who understand you're in a brawl? You're not in a boxing match where there are rules. They're grabbing 2x4s. They're grabbing chains, wrap around your neck. This is what I'm like, that's what's going on. And I'm sitting there like, y'all don't see?
Right.
But, y'all being cute. Okay.
Why are
being cute, dancing around with Liz Cheney when people are worried about the Boogaloo Boys getting out of jail and being authorized by the president to just go around and hunt people down? You know what I mean? Or if you are of any kind of Latin descent, having people harass your house for the next 4 years because they think you're illegal, even though you're from Chile. You know what I mean? Or even if you're from Spain, like, they just don't know. Like after 9/11, they were beating the shit out of like Indian Sikh dudes who wear turbans because they thought they were terrorists from Syria. Like, they just don't know shit.
I mean, look, Tim and I from the Republican side, and Tim was no longer Republican. He's kind of in that that space where
I would
you
assume
know
that no one else
that
here has
no
a
man's
mic.
land.
no man's land.
Yeah, the no man's land of refusing to admit that you were wrong about something.
But still holds those sort of values, those traditional Republican values that everybody talks to. From that side, we kind of look at it, and we're sitting there, and I know we both had these conversations with people on both the Harris and the Biden campaigns, such as they were at relevant times. And going to your point, Roland, what the hell are you doing? Why do Democrats in the face of all of this, and just this week with Hakeem Jeffries still level up a strategy that starts with, oh, we're burying the political hatchet, kumbaya, let's all get along, but we're not going to help you when you come to us this time. Well, if you're doing kumbaya, you're telling me already you're going to help them when they come to you. So I don't get what they think the outcome is going to be here when the Speaker of the House tells you, no, we going after trans people. we're still playing the culture war.
I'd be interested in Karen and Roland on this, because my theory is, and I'm an outsider to this, like these are all my new allies, that it's just something I notice. I think it's human nature. I think there's something about progressives in their nature, and this is a nice trait actually in most things. It's like there's this agreeableness, right? Like there's a wanting to get to, you know, an answer. Like whereas like Republicans by nature have kind of this Lee Atwater, like I'm gonna tear people down, like element, and obviously that's broad strokes. There are plenty of disagreeable folks, particularly on the far left, but like I think that a lot of like the Democratic leadership, like the center left, there's something culturally that like you succeed going up the ladder in Democratic politics by being kind of agreeable, you know, going along to get along, and so it's hard to become ruthless. But I don't know, maybe that's bad anthropology.
I can't speak to it. I can't speak to it.
Can I give it some?
I can speak to it. I'm telling you, Democrats, liberals, progressives. Mike, you talk about kumbaya. They have this notion that if I could just, this was Obama's trick. If I could talk to them long enough,
right,
I can convince them that I am right. But you're dealing with a bunch of Bruce Fishers who, even when it can't, the man didn't even want to stand next to Vice President.
Woo! Did y'all see that video?
He wouldn't even look her in the eye. He wouldn't even shake her hand. See, everybody kept focusing on the shaking the hand. No.
Yeah, they told him the cane, and he had a cane in one hand in the Bible. How could he shake her hand?
I posted the full 56-second video.
Yes, you did.
His wife was like, stand here. And stand here. But guess what? Somebody posted the video of when Pence was vice president, and when Biden was vice president, he knew where to fucking stand. He did it twice before, but he was like, I have contempt for this black woman. I'm not even giving her the respect and the dignity to look in the eye.
But irrespective of whether he took her hand, the man never looked her in the eye. He never looked her in the face the entire time.
So Democrats, well, this is Democrats. Well, you know, he had a cane in his right hand, so he's a little unstable. So maybe Democrats will start searching for these.
It's ableist to make fun of him. It's ableist to make. It's ageist and ableist to go after him.
So what I mean ruthless. There's a thing called winning. Now, y'all, I was in the 10th grade. I'm sorry, I learned politics at a very early age. And it's an organization called the Knights of Peter Clay, the Junior Knights of Peter Clay, the largest black Catholic organization, the adult. So I'm in the junior division. So we're at a national convention, and there was a unit from Texas, from Houston, that voted against us. It was something on the national level. So when it's time for us to go to church, we all lined up by state. I told them, you got the line. The guy was like, what do you mean? I said, y'all voted against us. Get your ass out the line. You ain't marching in with it. And so one of the guys bucked up. I said, you want to have a conversation about the alcohol and the weed in y'all room, or you'll get your ass the fuck out of the line. And mind you, he's going to a church service. Now, here's the whole deal. I was about winning. So I was like, get the fuck out the line. I don't care who you are. Democrats don't want to be ruthless.
Yeah.
Your opposition is ruthless. And so whoever the DNC chair has to call a meeting with the head of the House Majority PAC, Senate Majority PAC, the DCCC, the DGA, the DSCC, and say, are y'all going to get your heads out of your asses, and are you now going to play a much more vigorous, ruthless game of politics, which is called winning? Losing by small margins is not winning. And that, to me, I think is a fundamental problem. And that I'm telling my audience, win. You win. When you win, you then exercise power.
Correct.
You use power. You don't dance around with it. You wield power. And Democrats are unafraid to do so.
I agree with all of that, but you're still having elements within that party that need to reconcile itself to that thinking, and so that lends itself, I think, to a lot of stagnation. And part of that stagnation, I think, was, I sum it up this way: the first 18 months of the Biden administration, they were in a fight with Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema over the filibuster. And the country was asking themselves, who's Phil? Who's Buster? I don't know these people. What are they doing in the Senate? So when you see that, and then you see the way this ended for Biden, how does his legacy set up what comes next for Democrats? In other words, the man who stayed too long for dinner, right? And then finally you basically kind of boot him out onto the curb, and he was polite enough to stand there and still say nice things about the homeowners. But what is his ultimate legacy going to be in the face of what you're saying, Roland? A party that is now looking for new leadership, having to transform itself. How much of that legacy do they hold on to and carry over into this new era, which is dominated by a MAGA cultism that is rooted in authoritarian fascism in order to rule and control power? What does that look like for you, Karen? I don't know.
I'm not focusing on any of this. So, it's interesting watching. I think this is part of the problem. We Monday morning quarterback things that aren't really happening in people's lives.
Thank you.
We're having an internal, this is the problem with the folk are having internal conversations with themselves and talking to each other. That's why the numbers are down everywhere. I'm saying roll up the sleeves, let's get busy in them streets and do the things that we need to do and not focus on, policy and people in politics, but let's really build the world we want to live in. I'm gonna stick to that.
What does that look like for you, though? When you have that conversation, because I think it's a powerful thing to say to your audience. But then, what does that look like?
One second.
I'm from East Orange, right? So we impacted the mayor. The police chief lived on my street. So policing looked different. We had block association meetings every month that rotated in people's houses, so we knew everybody. We had a nosy neighbor that would make sure nobody was getting broken into. There was a community, right? And as people run to safety or they're running to good school systems, they are missing that the actual powers in the people taking back and reclaiming their neighborhoods. And then once you do that, then you look at the legislature, show up for your city council meetings, your alderman meetings. How are they planning your city? And are you involved in it? I just had a talk with Ross Baraka, who said when people show up, he just had a meeting and the lady got up and then he went and fixed her problem because he can hear and see what needs to happen because people are engaged. We can sit on the sidelines and complain and yell into the void, but the reality is everybody's living somewhere.
Right.
And we want things. And it's not bathrooms for trans people or whatever. It's I want the gas prices, and that's companies gouging, and that's all. We have a voice and we have shown it when we show up. Look,
I know Karen's got to run. I want to connect her. Go ahead, Roland.
No, go ahead.
No, Karen's getting ready to go. Listen, make sure.
I was just going to try to connect Karen's point to Biden.
And see, that's the difference between like a Democrat and a liberal.
Probably not.
Liberal in her policies, where she's just kind of like, look, I'm out here for me and mine. That's not progressive. You know what I mean? That's not what progressives do. That's not the movement that I'm a part of, and that I feel like a lot of other young people are a part of. Well, we're not in this thing to just like get rich quick and then just like, you know, get a couple of statues up and then like put our jersey in the rafters and call it a day.
I guess I'm running down then.
Shut up, dude. That's not what we're here for. We're here to protect our friends. We're here to protect our family, right? We want the schools to be safe. We want obvious normal everyday things to be taken care of. Her bringing up trans issues now, you know what I mean? Like you are part of the problem at this point, Miss Hunter. You are. Because you are using the framing from the Republicans as if it is based in reality. You know, tampon Tim, la da da. That's a good thing. Everybody liked that. But they were acting like, oh, well, we can't say that too loud. Somebody else might hear us. And in the black community, especially when you have these pockets of hyper-religious, homophobic people and anti-LGBTQ people who blame it on the white man's Bible, and that because they believe the white man's Bible, they got to fucking, you know, kick their kid out of the house at 17. Like, that doesn't jive with us. Like, it's stupid. You literally know everything in this country is aimed at your kid, right? Is aimed to make your kid fail or to embarrass your, you know what I mean? Just generally ruin their life. There's literal institutions set up just to fuck with your kid. Your son has a crush on a boy in college, and you cancel his school and kick him out. Like, what are you guys fucking talking about, man? Over somebody's book? Crazy. Couldn't be me.
Here's the thing, man. This Biden knew that. Biden kind of, for a politician, you know, politicians are going to politician, but he lived kind of.
To make sure I was not off base.
Actual powers in the people taking back and reclaiming their neighborhoods. And then once you do that, then you look at the legislature, show up for your city council meetings, your alderman meetings. How are they planning your city? And are you involved in it? I just had a talk with Ross Baraka, who said when people show up, he just had a meeting and the lady got up and then he went and fixed her problem because he can hear and see what needs to happen because people are engaged. We can sit on the sidelines and complain and yell into the void, but the reality is everybody's living somewhere.
Right.
And we want things, and it's not bathrooms for trans people. Whatever. It's I want the gas prices, and that's companies gouging, and that's all. We have a voice, and we have shown it when we show up. Look,
I know Karen's got to run. I want to connect her. Go ahead, Roland.
And honestly,
go ahead.
Sorry,
No.
I'm gonna stop pausing it. She's giving off big NIMBY vibes. You know what I mean? Like, look, I'm fine with everybody having rights. I just don't want to have to do anything for it. I'm certainly not gonna sacrifice anything for it. And that's crazy. Like, that is the struggle, dude. Don't you get it? Like, it's not over with us. The problem is still here. And we ain't done yet. We ain't free till everybody's free. I don't know. Maybe it's just not that important because once you're of a certain age and you have your own shit together, you can just throw everybody else away. It doesn't matter anymore. Who needs to be an ally? Just take care of your own community, and then you don't have to, you know, think about ucky people and the ucky stuff that they do. What a great message. What a great message. Just fuck everybody and just take care of your own shit and vote Democratic locally. So just be like MAGA, but, you know, for Democrats.
Perfect armor for a perfect me.
It's fucking insane to me. Insane. I'm gonna get dead trying to pause this.
Oh, Karen's getting ready to go. Well, I want to make sure.
Yeah, I just was going to try to connect Karen's point to Biden. Here's the thing, man. This Biden knew that. Biden kind of, for a politician, you know, politicians are going to politician, but he lived kind of what Karen was talking about. I mean, like, he was good at being in the community, at, like, being pictured on the floor with the union guys, at walking in the strikes, at going to black churches. You go to a black church in Wilmington, Biden was going there. He was showing up. And I don't know, maybe it was the age, maybe it's you're in DC for so long, but I do feel like a lot of these Democratic leaders, man, they've lost touch. And and you guys should speak better to me, to working class black folks and black.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not.
No, I mean you can speak better to me than what the feeling is in black communities and black churches. But I'm telling you, in red states and huge parts of this country, they're just they feel like a lot of these Democrats have gotten comfortable.
Right.
Yes.
Comfortable.
This is.
I know.
Good to see you. Happy New Year. Tim, good to see you.
Good to see you, Karen. Let's talk again soon. I love that.
We got some stuff to do. I appreciate y'all. Happy New Year, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Happy New Year, Karen. Thanks for being with us.
Here's a reality. Here's a reality. Karen said we're having answer conversations. No, we're not. The conversations that we're having are the exact same conversations that people are having outside. What she talked about is exactly what we've been talking about. It's still power. Now, the question is, how did you get there?
Right.
She's talking about, focus on better communities. Listen, my parents were co-founders of a civic club. So the reason I feel that this is in my bones is because I witnessed it at the age of 9, 10, 11.
Roland, I get all that, but here's the deal: you don't have that. You don't have that civic level of involvement.
No. Actually, you do. No, you do.
Where is it?
Here's what I'm talking about. It's there. The problem is on the left, and the reason I'm saying, for the sake of where we are now, left and right, on the left, what you have is, in terms of the apparatus, in terms of the funders, the donors, all those different individuals, they're operating here. I'm going to go back to 2008. Obama wins. What was happening in 2008? Rahm Emanuel, Paul Bagaya, James Carville were just pining for Howard Dean to get fired. Why? Because Dean was talking about 50-state strategy. I remember I brought this up on CNN. Carville got mad at me, and he was like, well, that's what we were doing. I'm like, that's what you were doing. They wanted to focus on national elections. Dean was trying to say, no, you got to go 50 states. Yeah. What happened with Rahm Emanuel? So what did Obama do? Obama fires Dean. Who does he hire? Tim Kaine. Really? You go from Howard Dean to Senator Tim Kaine. Senator Tim Kaine, nice guy, but that's not what you needed. But here's also what happened when Rahm Emanuel became chief of staff. What did he say? I'm sick of these fucking leftists keep talking about judges. Rahm Emanuel didn't give a shit about federal judges. Democrats kept saying, dude, it's the judicial piece. So what I'm trying to say here, it's about understanding mobilization and organization.
You didn't even let me get up.
Mobilize, organize. If you become focused on the top and you totally ignore school district races, city council races, all different races, and so what happened?
Oklahoma.
Obama's DNC, they ignored that. They lost more than 1,000 seats. So
thank you very much. It was a good work to me.
Great work. Great work, Chairman.
I'm telling you.
To your point, Roland, the reason that worked on my side, because I did that 50-state strategy. That's exactly what I did. I took Howard Dean's blueprint, laid it over the country, and said, this is what we're going to do.
So the problem is, on the left, from the organization and the mobilization standpoint, it's literally being run and funded by these entities. They're not grassroots based.
Right.
So what was one of the failures of the Harris campaign? They were spending millions on concerts, but not boots on the ground. They weren't funding third-party groups. They weren't funding people who were touching the ground. So the problem is, why do you have voting down?
They weren't funding small and black-owned media. Roland Martin has a seriously, staggeringly important channel that is criminally undersubbed. There's a 24-hour network, so you can find like all of their stories throughout the day on like little local, like the little satellite channels and stuff like that. Like Black Star Network is everywhere, yet they get no coverage. They get no guests. Why? They were giving out hundreds of millions of dollars to these media companies, but they didn't give one to Roland, so that he could have some like a series. Like they didn't give him $400K and then he puts out a stream of interviews with VP Harris. Did that happen? Better question for you. Did they even fucking call him back? Did they even email him back? Surprise, the answer is no. Wouldn't even come on. And then they wonder why we lose.
Because if I'm waiting for the party and the candidate to now come in, that means that the organization doesn't start until 6 months out, as opposed to what Black Voters Matters does. Black Voters Matter. They mobilize and organize 365/7. So what I have been telling my audience, guess what? In Virginia, there are two races in the House and the Senate will determine who controls both houses, because the candidates won in November. You've got a Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. That's an open seat where if Democrats get control of that, they now have a 5-2 majority on the Supreme Court. Democrats nationally, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Jamie Harrison, Senator Chuck Schumer, they should be weighing in on what's happening in North Carolina in the Supreme Court race. Then you've got all the seats in Virginia up in November. You got.
I used to be sub to Roland Martin, but I unsubbed because he uploads way too much. Yeah, they repeat some of the things. Like they'll have like the live show, and then you'll pop in, and it's like him and Michael Steele talking, for example. And then 2 hours later, you get a notification that the Michael Steele video is ready.
Gubernatorial elections, they have to be refocused on winning, because this is what winning does. If you win here, people go, well, we won. You win here, or we won. You're building excitement. Yeah. You have to rebuild people's psyche. You only do that by winning. That's what I'm talking about. And they are so focused on rehashing why she lost. Guess what? I can't focus on 28 if I ignore 26, but I can't get to 26. Let's deal with 25.
You got to deal with 25, and that's kind of that. Look, that when I came chairman in 09 after 08 and 06 drubbings, that was really the focus. I needed a test case for the theory that the party could reestablish itself with its base first, right, and then to build out from there to grow to win elections. It's an important piece of that. But I think the other side of this is, as we focus on what ails the Democrats in terms of their understanding of and the use of power, is the Republican side of it that is decrepit and decayed from within. And I posited something on Nicole's show yesterday, which I want to share with you guys to get your thought on. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to dig a little bit deeper with my buddy Tim Miller and Roland Martin on a look at what Republicans really look like inside. We're going to do that right here on the Michael Steele podcast right after this. Welcome back, folks, to the Michael Steele podcast. We're getting into a little bit deep here with my man Tim Miller and Roland Martin. Want to give a shout out and thanks again to my girl Karen Hunter for joining us in the first part of our time together.
Karen, who just literally said, no one's allowed to have fun, no one's allowed to talk about anything, and I'm never wrong.
Side of this
Thanks,
equation,
Karen.
as Democrats sort of wring their hands and kind of figure out how to be basically, as Roland's saying, fighters in the fight, actually engage their opponent. Republicans have been very, very good at that, and for a long, long time, and a lot longer than I think people realize. I want to share with you some thoughts that I laid on with Nicole Wallace yesterday, who was talking about the Republican Party and why it is the way it is, and I wanted to sort of say it's been this way for a long time. Let's take a quick listen.
Maybe, just maybe, that blood supply that you referred to was bad from the beginning. And that this idea that this party ever stood for those things that it fell so quickly away from really mattered. That maybe the political expediency was propping up this idea of the Constitution, propping up this idea of the rule of law, propping up this idea of individual liberties and responsibilities in a manner that would never lead it to impinge upon the individuals in this country against their rights and support the government taking control of those rights. Maybe that was the fallacy. Maybe that was the lie. And a lot of us involved in this party, yourself included, didn't see that, or were just really idealistic in our view, saying, yeah, this is what we're all going for. But in reality, the subtext was, nah, that's not what it's about.
And that's bullshit. Sorry, Mike, that's bullshit. You knew damn well what MAGA was about. You knew damn well that they didn't have any fucking plans. You knew that they couldn't legislate themselves out of a wet fucking paper bag. You knew that. And he's not like a super MAGA guy anyway, but I'm just saying, and for the record, bullshit, bro. You knew that they didn't know what they were doing. You knew that they didn't know what they were talking about. Like straight up. And it's really fucking disingenuous to, like, after the fact be like, yeah, it's almost like the Republicans stopped holding up their conservative values. Like, dude, you knew that already, bro. You hella knew that already. What up, Ollie? Here we go for Ollie.
I know nothing. Nothing.
And then Trump pulled back that curtain and exposed the truth of what the party was always about.
That's what we've been fucking saying for fucking 20 years.
And actually, there's historic relevancy to that. When you look at the capitulation after the Civil War, how quickly that happened for so many Republicans who turned aside Reconstruction, the capitulation on civil rights, Republicans who turned away from the very fight for the liberty and freedom of African Americans, the capitulation for the rule of law, with allowing someone like a Nixon and now a Trump to actually be the standard bearer of the party. Barry Goldwater stripping away the party's relevancy on civil rights. The embrace, the near embrace of the John Birch Society back in the 50s. So we've been here and just didn't either accept it for what it was or thought it was actually something else. And
But that's what I'm saying, though. Who was confused? No one was confused. There was no confusion. We all saw it for what it was. What are you talking about? Because there was no confusion from everybody else. We all saw exactly what the Tea Party was trying to do. And it took them, you know, longer than they expected, but they got what they wanted in. Who's confused about that? No one's shocked.
I think now
it's like when they were like, "Oh, when Trump gets into office, he'll magically overnight, like through a toadstool found under his pillow, he'll just eat that and then turn into like a disciplined, serious person." I'm not dumb. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, why would that happen?
We know better.
My point was that this Republican Party has been corrupt of purpose for a longer time than we may want to admit. That our history demonstrates at various times a willingness to move into that darker space. At the same time, we talk about liberty and freedom. We're moving away from the civil rights of the very African Americans the party was formed to free. How do you guys see the party, this version of the party, in the context of its history and the history of the country, when you look at, yeah, okay, at all those points, they kind of moved a little bit closer to the thing that we now see exposed by Trump?
Yeah, man. Look, you always try to tell these stories. It's like angels and demons, you know, like the people, they were always, you know, deep, you know, like we all are sinners, right? Like we all got good things inside of us, and that's all.
No, we are all not sinners. Fuck you. No. And we all don't sin the same. Fuck that. No. Fuck that. No.
Party is a gathering of people and made up of people. And like, so when I like listen to that, you kind of give that history lesson, which is valuable. Like, to me, the thing that comes to mind is just leadership actually matters, right? Like, and yeah, like does the party, you know, is it made up of a lot of people that, you know, generally are culturally conservative and generally are hostile to government, but could be nudged one way or the other based on what the leaders are pushing for. Like, that's kind of what I think, right? Like, are there a lot of people that have racial resentment that make up the party? Yeah. Like, could they be nudged towards their better angels by leaders that are that know how to speak that language? Yeah. Could they be nudged towards their darker impulses by ones that want to unleash it? Yeah. Like, so to me, like, that is what I see. I see, yeah, the party.
Yeah, Tim, that would be great if it was like based in reality, but I think he's going like in reverse. You know what I mean? Like, it's the opposite. It's you don't have any legs to stand on, and you need to prove that you are any kind of noble whatever, right? Like, you need to uncorrupt yourself to call yourself uncorrupt. You can be like, and now I'm in seat, and the uncorruption shall begin. Like, no. You're already corrupt. like that already happened. We already did that part. That part's over already. So, like, this revisionist history and, and that's it. Michael's still dropping it. This is a part of that freed the slaves. And is it?
Wait, maybe we didn't notice how strong that strain was. So some of us that were inside the party, I don't know, maybe Roland noticed, but some of us are inside the party didn't notice how strong that, sinner strain was, if you will. But
hold on, I gotta get that
and maybe it was bigger.
That should be a GIF.
I don't know, maybe Roland noticed, but some of us are inside the party didn't notice how strong that, sinner strain was, if you will. But and maybe it was bigger than we expected it to be. But yeah, it was definitely always there, and I think that and that's why the people that disappoint me the most are the ones that are in leadership positions that know better, right? Because they are. We know that they're there because they told us. They told us on January 7th. They told us in 2015. That's why all those old clips that we all do of Lindsey Graham from 10 years ago get me so mad still, because it's like, you're telling us that you knew better, but you've given in to these darker impulses, and I think that failure has happened periodically throughout history, as you laid out.
But it wasn't the, first of all, Tim, yes, I did recognize it, which is, and I saw it clearly.
I knew what you were going to say. I handed it to you.
No. It's very simple, which is why this was published.
Look at you.
So again, I want you people to understand the basis of my book, White Fear, and how the browning of America is making white folks lose their minds. So I'm explaining to people the basis of it. It was a survey that was taken, and it was shortly before Obama was inaugurated. And the question was asked, are you optimistic about the future of America for your children? Black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, everybody, majority said yes. Only one group was less than a majority, white America.
Why?
Now,
this was after Obama was elected, but before inauguration, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Most mainstream media people ain't deeper than mustard on a hot dog. Okay? So they're not going to go deeper.
Hold on, I was
like, yo, what's up with this? And I remember having a conversation with John Avlon. We were talking about his book, Wing Nuts, or whatever it's called. And I said, John, we are living in the beginning stages of white minority resistance. He was like, the white Americans are the majority of people in the country. I'm like, yes. For now. But they're going to be acting like they're the minority. So what did you begin to see? Glenn Beck, Obama hates black people. You begin to see what Fox News was doing. You begin to see the rhetoric. You begin to see Tea Party. You begin to see all these things. September 2016, another survey. Are you optimistic about the future of America economically for the next 10 years? Black people, lowest wealth, highest optimism. Latinos, second lowest wealth, highest optimism. White Americans, highest wealth, lowest optimism. Same thing. I'm like, yo, what's going on?
Now try and
so what you're saying, that why was immigration so potent? Wall Street Journal just had an article a week ago. What happened in Germany?
Yeah.
What happened in Europe the last 10 years?
In Poland.
What has happened is Western countries, white people's...
And he's probably going to get to some of this, but I want to get my joke in there and get my stuff in there first. Good thing about having your own stream. in Poland, they made it completely legal. If you see someone running across the border, you can shoot to kill with whatever you have on you. Doesn't matter. Now, this is, again, coming from European nations, and I mean, we're part of the West, so we're just as guilty of this. But at the same time that we're trying to do our empire building, you know, the same time that we're ruining the climate of the planet, the same time that we're just like taking everybody else's shit, shit as in property, and keeping their stuff, and suppressing people's right to self-determination and a chance to like have their own, you know, dreams and shit like that fulfilled. Well, we're stepping all over that, and then people don't want to work with us. People don't support us in ways that we think are valuable or important, and then they want to hold resentment against these like small countries for, like, I don't know, taking deals with Russia or something like that. I'm like, because we didn't fucking even go like negotiate. Like, why didn't we go be the nice people to them? Like, why are the Russians and the Chinese the only people that want to help Africa?
Perfect armor for a perfect me.
Why? And if we can't figure out why, then our all around issues are just going to get worse. Because if it's literally, I don't like them because, you know, slavery. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Get up.
Try harder next time.
Huh. Get off me, dog. Oh. Oh, I did it wrong. But that's on us. You know what I mean? It's our job, and that's kind of where. God damn it! It's killing me. That's where a lot of people are now, with America's geopolitics and all that stuff. It's like, dude, you can't just be part of the issue forever. Like, we need to be doing some good out here and protecting our imperial partners is not exactly what we had in mind. Dude, I parried that.
Now try and stop me.
Oh! I was trying to get my... All right.
Stop screwing. They stopped having babies.
They did.
Okay. Now you're in good company at the Bulwark. Natalism. Natalism. Yeah, Roland. I'm with
being
you.
very serious.
Let's have more babies.
If people look at the battles in Europe in the last decade, Italy, Germany, Ireland,
Spain,
France, England, they have been going crazy with immigration. Now, it's interesting. You read the Wall Street Journal article. They're like, oh, yeah, we need more people in Germany, but oh, my God, this is like taxing the system.
Yeah.
That sounds like Springfield, Ohio. Oh, my God, these Haitians coming in. Your city was dying.
Literally.
Your city was literally
dying.
Yeah.
And oh, my God, these people are coming in, and they're buying up houses. But you had nobody there to buy the fucking houses. And so
Right.
you're mad because you have growth.
Now try
The
and
problem
stop me.
wasn't growth, it was black growth. And
Yes.
so when a Trump says, I can't get with people from Denmark or from
Right.
Norway. Norway.
They don't
Fucking Norway.
So now, but here's the other piece.
Wait,
that people
but this
have
is
to
though
understand.
why the Biden economic plan didn't work. It's not about economics, it's about culture. They put the plans
Right.
in red America, but they need to have brown and black people to work in them, so then it was bad.
And so the attacks on DEI, the attacks on affirmative action, you got white men running around like, oh my God, we can't find jobs. When because of the attacks on DEI, the numbers of new board of directors, it was a low of 52% white, now it's back up to 69%. So you have this entire culture that, oh my God, we're losing. Our way of life is going away. Now somebody who's watching is like, but you're calling us racist. And this is the fundamental problem. So now you bring in Reconstruction. The viewers, no, my views on immigration, that's not racist. My views on DEI, that's not racist. Dr. Field, he named his network Merit TV. I believe in merit. When is the last time you heard Dr. Phil or any Republican say, you know what? I think legacy admissions is bad.
Hello.
You know what? I think it's bad if you call your boss and say, hire my son. See, they don't mind legacy because they don't see that as, oh, no. That's not quotas. So now that mentality of the future of us losing power now begins to infiltrate entire politics. And we, the Republican Party, and your party is frankly a white party where you ain't really talking to brown people, now all of a sudden that begins to drive your policy. And here's the last thing, which I lay out in my book. Mainstream media is not one to touch this. I'm about to blow y'all away. An anchor of a broadcast network called me and said, I would love to have you on my show, but my producers don't like the title of your book. I said, you know, I talked about those very producers in my book. So the problem that is mainstream media, and I'm going to go ahead and say it, ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, Fox News, of course, CNN, they don't want to have the real conversation that whiteness is also identity politics. They only see identity politics as you black people, you Latino people, you gay folks, and you women.
Gay people, exactly.
So we don't want to contend with the cultural battle. Is actually a battle.
Well, that's because it's not their. They're just patriots, Roland. Why would you say something so crazy? These are just, they just care about the rights of citizens, all citizens. God damn it, I missed every single pair there. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking out for Americans, you know, just all citizens. Well, the majority of all citizens, just like the largest majority of citizens, you know, most of the citizens. Like, they just, so simple.
Battle.
Also, that explains, in large part, the reaction to Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk talking sort of
boom,
right. They're talking about, oh yes, those HB1 visas. Yeah, we got a whole different plan. We need to bring black and brown people in because you white men are dumb as shit. And guess what? As I said, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, none of these folks, and then this is very true, all these billionaires that are coddling up the Trump himself, they're not, Elon is not hiring these folks to work at SpaceX. He's not hiring
You don't think so? No, the guys from the MAGA rally? You don't think any of them are going to work for Palantir?
No.
Or Peter Thiel? He's not hiring MAGA rally.
This is what I keep saying about those idiot MAGA people. Donald Trump won't even let y'all walk through his hotel lobby.
That's what I'm saying.
He don't give a damn about these people. And
it's working too. I got some friends from college from Ole Miss that went up to Chicago and sent me a selfie from the Trump Tower dinner they were having. I was like, you guys are marks.
Dude,
yeah, dude.
Marks. Hey, wait a minute. You have
well done,
this is a little crazy. Donald Trump's tariffs. The last time he was, because I don't say president, I say occupant of the Oval Office. The last time he occupied the Oval Office, he literally caused farmers to go bankrupt in the Midwest.
Sure did.
I remember reading a story.
And guess who bailed out all those farmers?
Know how
I'm not going to pause it because I'm playing a boss right
one
now.
Of the farmers said, I know I lost our family farm, but I was supporting them again. I said, you have got to be out your fucking mind. You can't counter that.
Well, and that's why you not only saw what you saw play out in this general election, irrespective of the Democrats' incompetency and communication and a few other things politically. It seems as if it's almost a little bit baked in when you have that response to someone like Trump. So Tim, what does the second term look like that begins in 2 weeks?
I'll answer that. Just let me just really quick on you can't counter that. And maybe you can, but maybe you can't. But here's my thought.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just say briefly, just that part of it though is the Democrats have to realize they're in a culture battle. and fight on culture grounds that are winning culture grounds. Not that not culture grounds that make them feel good, but culture grounds that are politically winning. That goes back to your point from earlier, Roland. But like, you know, the Springfield is such a prime example. The people who say this was about economic, and sure, there's elections are complex, inflation played a part, but like, it's not really about economics. Like their anger was about culture. But the Republicans gained some ground on that culture fight with working class black and brown folks, and Democrats need to fight that battle, and the Democrats need to be the party again of calling for change that cares about these people's lives and wants to make them better. And I'm talking about all working class folks across the board, and not like be the party of the incumbents. Right. Like, you know, we want things to stay the same. So anyway, I think that's how you combat it. You try to regenerate that mantle of being the ones that are fighting the man, not the one that are the man, and that you engage in culture battles for what they are and see them clearly, rather than like pretending like, you know, putting a plant in Springfield's going to help, because it didn't. It backfired, actually.
Well, first of all, let me explain this idea in terms of how they gain. This is people need to understand. When black voter participation drops, then what is perceived as a gain is really not a gain.
Right.
It was always there. So the problem is, if you look at the last, since Obama's election in 2008, we're actually falling back towards pre-Obama voting participation. Then you throw in the Shelby v. Holder decision. Right. Okay, then you throw all of that. Now all of a sudden you have a complete targeting to contract the black vote. But here's the other piece that
there was a real gain though among Hispanic and like Hispanic, Asian. Like if you go to the border, like that's a gain. Like there were Hispanic districts that became
right. Because again, Democrats are operating by 1994 data and 1994 game plans. This is what I mean. The further you get away from the civil rights,
they're running against Bush.
Then you have fewer black people that self-identify. Okay, so 65 and older, that baby boomer, they will self-identify as Democrats. So you go to 55, then 45, Lord, what's the one group that Trump won? Gen X. Okay, that's the only demographic that he actually won was Gen X. So when you go lower, African Americans are not self-identifying, which means you're the Democrats. You just can't just roll out the usual game plan and say, oh, they're going to show up. No. What did Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Pluck and Quentin Fulks and Stephanie Cutter do? They ran that Obama plan from 2008. That shit don't work in 2024.
No.
Because the person who was 10 in 2008 is now 26. And so that person is like, what you going to do? So here's what I think when I say, how do you count? And I said this to Obama, and I said to the Biden people, I don't understand why they still play games. You got to be willing to go look broke-ass white people in the eye. And you got to be able to go. See, when you said wait for Trump to fail, all Republicans, please get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And then you want to go to the brokest, thickest, reddest, whitest parts of Alabama and Mississippi and Arkansas and say, you know we passed that law for your broke stick ass. And the people you keep voting for screwed your health care. They don't want to do Medicaid expansion. They don't want Medicare for all. Yeah. See, broke white people in America don't actually think they broke.
Well, see,
they know it. But see, you gotta be willing to look them in the eye and say,
that is so true. Everyone around here thinks they're a millionaire. Dude, you barely live here. Like,
they don't want to do Medicaid expansion. They don't want Medicare for all. Yeah. See, broke white people in America don't actually think they broke.
Well, see,
because they're doing better than us. You know.
But see, you gotta be willing to look them in the eye and say, you gotta be willing to look in my eye and say, oh, I'm sorry, that we built that. Oh, by the way, he voted against it. She voted against it.
Exactly.
So we built it. See, they don't.
I think a big part. I think a big part of what you're saying there goes to the heart of a very important point that taps into the identity politics and the culture politics. Is one of the things that has been successful, I think, in the political speak in the political indoctrination and culturation of a lot of poor white people is the fact that whiteness was a safeguard. At the end of the day, I'm still not like you. And
you
so
gotta put it on the table.
Right. You put it on the table that you are exactly like them.
You mentioned Reconstruction. It is an undeniable fact. In the history of America, at every period when black people fought for civil and economic rights, white people benefited. I'm about to mess up a lot of white women. White women, y'all keep voting for Trump and Republicans. Guess what, white women? You have been the greatest beneficiaries of affirmative action, more than anybody else. You know why? Because when they say MWBE Enterprises, the W should be WW, white women. Y'all have gotten more contracts than anybody else. White women who are doctors and lawyers and engineers in professional schools. Y'all should be thanking black people, because Title IX, y'all ain't know where in the hell Title IX comes from. It comes from the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which black people fought for. And you know why y'all were included? Because a racist in Virginia, Judge Smith, inserted women thinking he was going to kill the bill, and it didn't. So y'all got Title IX, which opened the professional schools up because of the law. That was black people who fought for the law. So I'm saying
that also, and not just, but it also went into sports, and it's gone. It's business, sports, so all of those spaces.
All these white women who are CEOs, all these white women who are board of directors, you benefited because guess what? White men wanted y'all in the kitchen having babies at home. Let's just go ahead and put it out there.
Coming back, Harrison Butker. Not past tense. Josh Hawley's all about that.
We just got to be honest about this.
I didn't like that guy.
And so what we're dealing with, so Democrats are trying to play nice about it. And I said this to Senator Bernie Sanders. I said, if you keep talking identity politics, I said, I'm going to wax your ass publicly. I told him that to his face. I said, you about to have a problem. Because Bernie keeps thinking class. He keeps yelling identity politics. I'm like, dude, I wish these people could stop. Was like, if the Democrat, Bill Maher, shut the fuck up. Oh, Democrats keep going identity politics. Michael, you were the chair of the party.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. All of politics is about segmenting groups.
Yes.
You segment based upon race, age, geography.
All of politics is identity politics.
Gender. All of it.
Yeah, it could go wrong, though.
I mean, Tim, you were, but to this point, Tim, you were a comms guy. And so your communication was based on identity, right?
Sure. No, for sure. Like, for sure. And it's totally overstated by the critics.
You made him do Kermit arms.
That said, identity politics can go awry.
Yo, I hate it when people make me do Kermit arms, but he definitely just had to do Kermit arms.
To this point, Tim, you were a comms guy. And so your communication was based on identity, right?
Sure. No, for sure. Like, for sure. And it's totally overstated by the critics. That said, identity politics can go awry. And we don't need to go over all the ways that it has for the Democrats, but there are times where the Democrats have let some elite members of one group, we'll use the obvious one, for example, Latinos, like some Latino academics decided that they wanted to use Latinx or Latinx, which I wanted to call it. And so then Democratic groups were like, we're doing identity politics by saying we're reaching out to Latinx people. But then all the voters are like, what the hell are you talking about? If you're going to do identity politics, just do it right, though. Like actually pander with, like, sometimes the Democrats think they're pandering, but they're only pandering to a tiny group of people that are already going to be with them instead of pandering with to the actual demographic. Like, I want to see some good pandering from the Democrats, because that's my advice.
But see, again, no, that goes back to the fundamental problem of Democrats, is that sometimes you can be so smart you dumb as shit.
That is true.
So what happens is Democrats, you have Democrat elites who are in these very small circles. Yeah. And let me also add, in those small elite Democrat circles, they pretty damn white and exclusionary.
Yes.
So they come up with
educated at minimum.
They come up with shit like Latinx, and didn't go talk to none of the people who fall in the category. I mean, I remember when it first came out, I was like, and I'm born and raised in Texas. I'm like, they're like, hell no, we don't use that. So Latinos, remember, even talk about Latino/Hispanic, because in America, this is still politics. You can't treat a Texan, a Mexican American in Texas, the same way a Chicano in Chicago, or Puerto Rican or Dominican Republic, or the Venezuelan or Cuban. And so
that's what Tim was saying. Tim was saying, get your identity politics right. If you're gonna do it right.
But also, we have to. This is where Democrats don't want to deal with it. You have to confront whiteness, and what I mean by that is, you have to literally say
it out loud.
Things that are going to make some people uncomfortable. You have to be willing to go. When I say go to those places and challenge them head on, and when I see all these stories, and David Sirota keeps putting this stuff out. Oh, Democrats, they lost the working class. I kept saying no. It's called the white working class. See, they don't even want to say it then because they don't want to even confront. If we just put all the shit on the table right now, if you look at what Biden and Harris did, Democrats did for the last 4 years, please tell me how the white working class or the working class got screwed. The white working class got a hell of a whole lot. But when the right demonizes what you do, and then you don't even know how to talk to people and willing to engage them in a serious way, you have to stand in front of somebody and say, you like that health care, huh? Oh, sure, Affordable Care Act, it ain't perfect, but is it better than having no health care?
Wrong button.
Oh, let's talk about SNAP benefits. Let's just not talk about SNAP benefits from a poor standpoint. It's called the working class. Let's talk about those real things. See, they don't, because they don't actually want you. I'm just going to go put it out here. If I hear another Democrat fucking talk about the middle class the entire time, I'm sorry, is that the only class in America? Can you actually say the working poor? Can you actually say low income people? No, the middle class. It's more people in the damn lower income bracket than the damn middle class bracket. But see, we don't want to be honest with this because we don't want to sit on, I don't know, because I know how they feel. You got to tell some broke ass white people who live in towns in the Midwest that nobody is moving to. No, you got to go ahead and say it. There are broke ass white people living in towns in the Midwest.
But see, even like the giggles, like the uncomfortable giggles that everyone's getting from this, like from him just saying broke ass white people, are we going to just like pretend that all white people are rich just for the sake of this conversation? You know what I mean? Like, this is what we're talking about. Like, just because you're white, that doesn't mean that you are automatically wealthy. And they know that. But this, like, subterfuge and everybody doesn't want to, like, be rude and all this. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, why? Like you're never going to get to somebody and get them out of their, like, bullshit capitalist way of thinking that they can just, you know, work hard enough to earn $1 million. Like, that's not how it works, brother. It's never worked that way. And honestly, it's mean to keep lying to them that it's gonna work out for them. It's not. Stop telling them that. They only get so many years on this planet, and then they're gone. And they're gonna spend their entire lives making somebody else richer because you guys won't open their eyes to tell them that they are being taken advantage of. But instead, you're just saying, oh, man, you'd have even more if it wasn't for the Mexicans and the trans Mexicans and the trans Haitian Mexican blacks. Like, what are you talking? Like, stop arguing from their point of view. They're not broke because of other broke people. They're broke because of the rich people.
No.
So Bernie's right. It is about class.
Nobody's moving to. But don't send those fucking migrants, because guess what? Your town might get revitalized, and now you're pissed because they're there.
Well, so that raises 2 points for me. One of them was the fact that I got into a little bit of a pissing match with a member of Congress from the South. Who were going on and again making that false equivalency between being poor and being black. If you think poor, the images of a black person or a black family,
and that's media.
And I had to point out to him that in his particular congressional district, the vast majority of the people on welfare were his white constituency. In fact, African Americans in his district were doing quite well.
Okay, hold on, no. You guys share with us. So when you hit him with that truth bomb, what happened?
Right.
Well, not much. Not much.
No. When you hit him, did he go, what? Michael, how dare you?
Right.
My white people are not broke.
That was essentially it. That was essentially the reaction, not just from his office, but from the media that this, again, this classification was something that they did not want to apply to the very people it should be applied to, because
pride.
I don't know how you do math when if you're proud to say the majority of this people are white and we're happy, then that would lead me to believe that the majority of poor people in this country would be white too. And yet we don't want to have that conversation. We want to create this illusion that all the wealth and the concentration of the middle class is white, when in fact that is not the relevant reality for a lot of those families.
Yeah, that upward mobility kind of shit left a lot of rural and small towns in the absolute dust. You know what they got for their fucking trouble? Amazon. Hey, I see the land's real cheap out here. Mind if I put a warehouse here? Oh, you don't care? Hey, you guys want some, like, I don't know, $15 an hour jobs? Which is, like, at this point, from all the greedflation and shit that's been going on, like, you can't live by yourself unless you make, like, $25 or, like, two $20 an hour jobs. That's just to live on your own. Not in a nice place. Not just so that you don't have to have roommates. I don't remember my parents' generation talking about, you know what? And that's when 65 of my friends all got into this 3-bedroom because we couldn't afford anything else. No, they all had their own place. And they, like I've said it a couple times, I had a family member pay for his college for the summer, throughout the summer. Like, he got some grants and stuff like that, but for the rest of his books and the rest of his tuition, he just, you know, DJ'd over the summer. And his DJ money was his, you know, it paid for his school. He rode the bus, you know, and even when he got a job as a teacher, he rode the bus. Didn't have to buy a car. There was public transit. Like, that's just not even a fucking reality anymore. Like, it's not even a thing that happens anymore.
Which, again, going to how we've looked at this conversation, led Democrats to sort of come up with the narratives that they did that completely missed the white working poor.
Look, I'm gonna be gangster. Okay, Tim, you did comms, right?
I did, Ben.
Okay, to me, here's how you do gangster with comms. All that shit Democrats passed, Republicans voted against, they were there for the ribbon cutting. Biden should have said, send Harris down. Biden should have said, I'm gonna pop up. See, I just think that sometimes you gotta pop up and say,
yeah,
all right, yeah. Just want to let y'all know.
You want Kanye taking that Golden Globe away from Taylor Swift? That's what you wanted him out there. I'm taking those big scissors right out of your hands. I'm taking them big scissors out of your hands. You didn't vote for that.
You damn Skippy.
Hell yeah.
And my deal is, see, let me tell you how gangster I am.
I'm gonna give him an air horn for that. I want to hear it again, and I'm getting. Yeah, take the fucking scissors out there.
I'm taking those big scissors right out of your hands. I'm taking them big scissors out of your hands. You didn't vote for that.
You damn Skippy. And my deal is, see, let me tell you how gangster I am. And then I would sit here and send an invite to that Republican member of Congress saying, fly down on Air Force 1 or 2 with me for the ribbon cutting. See, I'm not going to cede any territory to my opposition. I'm gonna rain on their parade at every time.
So guys,
is that so hard to understand?
I really hate to wind this down because I'm having so much fun with this conversation, but I do want to sort of leave on this point. On your point you just made, Roland, which I think is important. as a strategy over the next 2 years, actually the next 18 months, got to bring a lot of fucking rain. You can't sit there as the minority leadership in the House
gotta be loud
and talk about, oh, we're going to turn our swords into plowshares. No, we're going to use our swords against your bad policies, against your bad people, against a presidency that is wanton and illegal in its approach. I don't see that happening though. I'm not convinced, gentlemen, that that's the Democratic Party we're going to see in this battle. And I think Republicans already know that.
Yeah, me neither. And I look, it's the inverse of Roland's coin, right? It was not to go back, but it was a failure that they didn't sell the CHIPS Act and those projects. Part of it was a bureaucratic failure. I'm gonna sound like a Republican for a second, where they didn't. There's too much red tape. They didn't build the shit that they paid for fast enough. But part of it was a comms failure also. And the inverse of that is the comms failure on this time. It's like that you got to be publicizing the word that Carville keeps using is betrayal. You got to be publicizing the ways that Trump is going to betray his own people, because he is going to do it. Like it is not helping people who are struggling at the grocery store to invade Panama. You know, it's not helping the people of Springfield, you know, or whatever. Like, it's not helping these people if you're out there doing corrupt deals over Bitcoin with some Saudi guys that are trying to scratch Trump's back. Like there will be issue after issue, and the Democrats have to just stand in the way and say, look, you guys bought it. You got it. Or I got that wrong. You guys broke it. You bought it. You bought it. Right. It's yours now. This government is yours. Let's see you govern. Because Michael, they haven't. Your party, my former party, hasn't demonstrated that we could govern since 2002.
He said
we can't the last time they could govern. Like John Boehner was the speaker the last time these guys governed, and at the end he couldn't do it. So like it's been a generation since they could govern, and so it's like, you guys govern. We're not going to help you. The last time you left office, people were storming the Capitol, and there was shit on our Capitol, and police officers were dying. The time before that, we were in a stupid war and in a recession. Like, let's see it. Let's see you guys govern. We're going to sit over here. We're going to help our constituents where we can. And then when you fail, because you will, we're going to publicize your failures. And that's our 100%. Job for the next 18 months. I don't think they're going to do that, but that's what they should do.
Let me tell you something. When they come with that bill, hooking the billionaires up, this is how I'm on television.
What the hell?
Hey, y'all, here's the bill. On page 828, they're saying, billionaires, you get to write off 100% of your new Gulfstream jet. Page 920. See, you pull out the most egregious examples of corporate welfare, and you don't call them subsidies. You call it corporate welfare,
which is what
it is. And you say this page and this page and this page, and that's what you.
Man, it's almost like some poor idiot fool spent almost 3 hours going through all of the 300 new laws that were going to be implemented J1 on in Illinois. Can't bitch about shit that you're not aware of, and that's my job. It's my job to make you guys aware of it. It's my job to go find the PDF and read it on the stream. It's my job to make sure that, you know, my friends and family members know where I stand on certain things, and they know that they can depend on me in certain situations. That's my job. My job is to be a good dad. My job is to care about my neighbors. That's my job. What the fuck they're doing in Congress, I cannot surmise. I don't know. It's they're in there playing their little fucking class president bullshit games. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, things are not great. And every time he brings up like they're like fighting a fight from like the wrong generation, that's what I'm saying, because the Republicans of old had dignity. They had a respect about them. They wouldn't do certain things because that is not how things were done here. There was a certain decorum to doing things. Marjorie fucking Taylor Greene got reelected. So we can probably just, like, you know, put that book down for a little while and then pick up the brass knuckles. Like, it's not nerd time. I can be the nerd, but if you're in DC and you're an elected official, you need to be fighting like fucking hell, dude. Like hell. The whole time. And there's a few people that every time you see them on TV, or every time you see them on YouTube, because no one watches TV anymore, they are giving Republicans hell. They are taking their bullshit policies and shoving it in their face and making them explain it in a public forum in front of the American people. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be listening to their people and doing that exactly. But then half of the other motherfuckers are just sitting there like, man, I can't believe the fucking trans people made us lose this. Can you believe it? Like, what are y'all talking about? You want to go out? All right, hold on. And more importantly, why should we save a seat for you on the team? On the team bus? Like, why do you get to sit next to us? No, I think it's time for the people who lost the election and the people who want to scapegoat the very constituency who is trying to save the earth at this point. It's time for them to sit up there by the teacher. All right, let me take care of this dog. I'll be right back. There we go. Hey, 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 hey. Be right back.
We have occupied an objective.
Our forces are assaulting Alpha 1.
Located. Oh. Tango on my mark.
Characters just walking into the wall.
You do, and you send everybody out on every show, and then you say, "Oh no, y'all want another one? How about this? How about this?"
Right.
See, you don't sit here and go, "This bill is full of pork barrel projects." No, you
Open
have
the
to
bill up.
literally. The American newspaper is written on a 4th grade level for a reason. And so you've got to talk to America like they're 4th graders. And Democrats, don't come with your fucking policy papers and your thesis and your damn defending a dissertation. No, you're not defending a dissertation on fucking television. What you're doing is you're communicating to regular people. And you say tax cut, millionaires, billionaires, not you. Oh, and guess what? Then you say, hey, remember those last tax cuts? And Trump said they're going to help the regular people. No, CEOs stock buyback. That means you didn't get a raise. You didn't get a raise. You didn't get a raise. Man, you just got to just go ahead and
just say it.
To that point, Roland, when you pull up that, when you show that 800, 900 page document and you say, oh, yes, they're going to write off 100% of their corporate jet on this page.
But in Roland, well, not in Roland's defense here, but one thing that's frustrating about what he's saying is we tried that with Project 2025, where it was literally online, right? And you could like download the PDF, which I did. And a lot of people went through page by page and read out all of the things that Trump had already pretty much pre-stamped, right? The shit that his backers wanted, that he just kind of went along with. Cool, right? Cool for him. They got a nice little plan together. Oh, wait, it just, completely turns America onto its side, so its vulnerable underbelly is ready to be, molested and looted. Like, they're just to gut us like a salmon, right? Like, that was the point of that whole thing, was to repress women, repress LGBTQ, to get the minorities back into their place. Like this whole upward mobility of blacks and all these black women in college and all. No, hell no. We're going to put an end to all that. We're going to put white people, white men, back in charge. We're going to put the 10 Commandments in every school. We're going back to the 50s, guys. And then these fucking morons thought it was going to be Happy Days. Do you remember that there's no black people or Hispanic people in Happy Days? You ever wonder why that is? Because it was segregated back then, you assholes. During the times of, racing for pinks in Greece. There's a reason that there's no black people involved in that. Because we weren't allowed to hang out together. Like, you would be a N-word lover if you were seen hanging out with black people. Like, it wasn't cool. It wasn't a cool thing to do to just hang out with blacks. Like, I'll be on an episode of The Apostate Sisters coming up here in a couple of days for Martin Luther King Day. Can you guys guess how low the fucking approval numbers he was after the I Have a Dream speech? For white people, his approval rating the week after the I Have a Dream speech, and this is from Pew Research, not some just random dude off the internet. They did phone surveys back then. 35%. 35 or 33, because I know 1 year was 33 and 1 year was 35. So there was a couple events on the chart. I might be screwing that up. That might be the only part that I'm getting wrong, where there was a 3 or a 5 at the end. But sub 40s white approval from Martin Luther King after giving literally the most legendary speech ever, that Republicans to this day will still quote in bad faith, as if it's part of their politic. As if judging people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Like, they always try to do that. But historically, he was never liked. He was not the majority of people did not like him. They thought he was a commie, whatever. They had a whole... Once every 20 seconds, the next thunderbolt that hits an enemy triggers a thunder array. Well, that sounds like fun. Like he was a commie, and that's why he was the first target for COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program, where they would put agents in the church, try to get agents in the group. Did the same thing with the Black Panthers. And then, just like the Black Panthers, there was a shootout. So this notion of what America is and what we stand for, we have to be more honest about what that is. And the whitewashing of Martin Luther King, and depend on who you read, but his Poor People campaign is what a lot of people attribute to his assassination. Because he had a plan to have a Poor People's March after the years after the million. What, dude? I'm trying to stream here. What do you want? You have your ball. You have water. What do you want? I don't know what you want. All right, let's leave about that for a little bit. Daryl, come on, dude. She's not giving you any food. Just come on. You have food in here. You'll be okay. Come on in. Freaking begging for everything, dude. She's not sharing a corn dog that's already eaten, and she's not going to give you the stick because it smells like corn dog. Fucking dog. But yeah, that after the Million Man March, there was going to be the Poor People's Campaign, and there was going to be the Poor March on Washington. And there was a lot of poor whites that Roland was referencing. I mean, generations before. Like that was the plan. And what does America look like after all of these corporations are forced to, like, if you have a union or if you have a business of a certain size, it is mandatory to be a union. And there needs to be third-party arbitrators. Like, all of this stuff could have been in law already. But there was an assassination. And then everybody just kind of waited for the next Malcolm to show up. Or waiting for the next Martin to show up. And he never did.
Let me take you to page 227 where they just cut your SNAP program. Let me take you to page 348 where they just said, oh, guess what? You are no longer eligible to write off your child care or get a benefit, a child care benefit. You go through and you show not just where the corporate welfare is, but you also show where they're taking the law and taking the rules and shoving it up your po ass and making you pay through your taxes for the same shit that these guys are going to get. That's what you have to do. Or am I missing something?
No. That's exactly how you do it. And you start naming places. You start saying, oh yeah, in South Carolina, where half of your state budget comes from the federal government.
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna lose this here. Oh, Tennessee, y'all want to get rid of the Department of Education? You're gonna lose $1.6 billion for your school. I mean, you gotta sit here and be that ruthless, and you gotta communicate that. And let me just be last point. You can't send these fucking whiny ass people out on television and on radio. And you got to be willing to have people who know how to speak in sound bites, who know how to be theatrical. So guess what? Go let Jasmine Crockett and Ayanna Pressley and AOC teach some of these Democrats how to communicate. I say, Nancy Pelosi, stop being in a pissing match with great communicators in your party. Because when you don't control the House, and you don't control the Senate, and you don't control the White House, and you're not going to control the judiciary, all you can do is go out there and talk directly to the people. So you're going to need real communicators who know how to do it. So bring the whiteboards and everything else, because this means war.
I'll tell you, I learned something from Roland today. I'm going to be bringing props next time we have a barbershop together. He had 2 props. It's like, we're going to be theatrical. We're going to make our message. I wasn't ready for any props. I got my La Croix here, you know. Like, that's not good enough.
This is me right here, baby. It's just a cup with something in it.
A cup with
Tim,
something
you got to
in
realize, there's a reason I never got in my 6 years at CNN.
You hear me?
I mean, just because I when I went on CNN, this was I'm telling you right now, CNN needs to call me, let me deal with Scott Jennings. I'd knock his ass out at 2 shows. This is very simple. I had a very simple philosophy. I'm here to put your ass in a rhetorical body bag.
Thank you.
I'll pay for that. We can do pay-per-view. I don't want to pay Jennings. I don't want to give Jennings a cut, so maybe not pay-per-view.
Hey, Tim, the next time the Bulwark has a little thing at the Howard Theater, we can do a little setup with what's our boy Roland, man.
All right, I'm down.
Listen,
I'm in.
I'm ready to swing. I'm ready to swing and tell Nicole Wallace, MSNBC, y'all can call her Brother Moore, because the bottom line is this here. Our people are starving for information. And what they're getting these nice, cute people who are talking. No.
No, we don't need all that.
Well, see, that's why I love both your platforms, the Bulwark and Roland Martin Unfiltered. And look, I give absolute props to both of you, because what you've done is you've gone outside of the traditional ecosystem where you've got to follow a set of rules that are designed not to have your properties succeed and thrive.
Yeah.
And you've each done that in the communication space. I remember having the conversation with Roland Martin 10 years ago, and he was talking about where this little thing called streaming that no one's paying attention to. and that it is going to be the shit. Everything is moving in this direction. You got ahead of the curve. Tim, you and the team at Bulwark did the exact same thing. You looked at the marketplace and saying, hey, we aren't this, we aren't that. This is the place where people, not just voters, but the American people can come and have a conversation and understand the shit the way it's really real. Yeah. And we're not afraid in this moment to have that conversation. And that, I think, is going to be the strength of what happens next. Those places and spaces that are having the conversation the way you guys laid it out today, I think that's where you begin that engagement with MAGA in a way they're not ready to engage, because they know they're dealing with the Democratic Party that's not going to do that. And so they're successful without even having to work at it, because they don't have that level of opposition. What you guys are talking about is if you're going to play Akeem, you better come prepared to play. You're going to stand on that toe-to-toe with Johnson, then you better be prepared to hit him.
Let's do it.
You can't take the plowshare and turn it into, take that sword and turn it into a plowshare. If you do, you then need to turn that plowshare and shove it up his political ass.
And that's why Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, all of those folks, Mark Levin, they won't call certain people because they know how it's going to end up. Patrick Bet David, when he called me, he thought he was going. He opened up with, "Have you ever been wrong?" I was like, "No,
motherfucker, hell nah, bitch." What the fuck?
I was gonna bite on his bullshit. But again, what they're used to
I gotta clip that.
affirmation
That is so
TV
good.
or affirmation.
I gotta
media.
get that on the clip.
No, this is about swinging, fighting. Put them in rhetorical body bags.
There you go. There you go. I love it. Roland Martin.
Run it back.
Plowshare and shove it up his political ass.
And that's why Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, all of those folks, Mark Levin, they won't call certain people because they know how it's going to end up. Patrick Bet David, when he called me, he thought he was going. He opened up with, "Have you ever been wrong?" I was like, "No." He thought I was gonna bite on his bullshit. But again, what they're used to affirmation TV or affirmation.
I gotta get that on the soundboard. Hold on, let me record that one more time.
He opened up with, "Have you ever been wrong?" I was like, "No." He thought I was gonna bite on his bullshit. But again, what they're used to affirmation TV or affirmation media. No, this is about swinging, fighting.
I love it.
Put them in rhetorical body bags.
There you go. There you go.
What the fuck?
I love it. Roland Martin. Roland Martin Unfiltered on YouTube and Black Star Network.
Hilarious.
Folks, if you haven't checked it out, y'all missed some shit. So
Okay. All right, that one's done. This is a little shorty I got here.
Can you imagine if anybody associated with the Biden administration,
was fighting on Christmas?
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to be with one of the dozen kids you ordered through IVF instead?
Elon Musk, the only time his kid appears is when he's a human shield at some public event because he doesn't want to get United Healthcare CEO'd. So now,
like literally carrying his kid on his head. If y'all didn't think that was intentional, got bad news for you. That's why he puts his kid on his shoulders like, "Oh, give me a monkey ride." No. Here, kid. Come get on my vulnerable parts of my body.
Otherwise, I'm not sure how much time he spends with his kids.
So these H-1B, did I say H-1B1? I would imagine I did.
You're thinking of a virus.
Yes, exactly. These H-1B visas are visas that are essentially done, as Emma said, through employers for high-paid, skilled workers to come overseas.
High-paid skilled workers. Coders. Mostly coders.
And do jobs like, it could really be any job, but most recently are associated with people coming over to do like tech jobs. And
hey, remember like 4 years ago when they're like, "Hey, for all these coal miners, what we can do for them is like," or maybe it was like 8 years ago. I think it was around election time or maybe it was the red wave the red wave, that was a red trickle, a red spotting event. I'm pretty sure that they were like, yo, we could just take these miners and just teach them how to code in like 3 weeks, and then they could be coders for the rest of their life. How'd that turn out? Anybody check in with them?
Apparently, the the Republicans who voted for Donald Trump, one of the features of a Donald Trump administration was supposed to be no more immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No more immigrants.
None.
And the guys working on Doge, the tech bros, Elon Musk, one of our top oligarchic leaders now, who we must pay all homage to, and Vivek Ramaswamy, who they were talking about why these H-1B visas must remain untouched in this assault on immigration. And Vivek, do we have his original tweet?
You mean short?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. His tweetette. This is it goes. Just scroll down to what the date was. I just want to confirm this.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh no, this is the day after Christmas.
Okay.
So it's Boxing Day.
Boxing Day. Okay.
And the reason top tech companies often hire
Wait, how old is this? It's from yesterday. Why are they reading a tweet from 2 weeks ago? You going up, babe? Okay. Let me go get the monitor and stuff. I'll be right back.
Born and first generation engineers over, quote, Native Americans. Now this is funny. He's saying, I don't know what he's saying here, because I do think this is worth parsing out. Native Americans, we know, without the quotation, we know are indigenous people to this land. Now, I guess there was a time where there was no humans on the planet, but within our, sort of understanding of of history, the indigenous in the sense that they were here for 1,000 upon 1,000 years.
And then, we colonized this land and we killed many of them.
We performed a genocide and we took the land. So that's what we generally mean with native. Now, he's putting native in quotes, I guess, to describe American citizens who are born here. And what's interesting is because he's also being suspicious of that term, because he's also implying that immigrants can also become Americans.
He doesn't want to say white Americans here, I think.
Anyways, it's a very strange use of that of the quotes there. But Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit.
Okay.
A lazy and wrong explanation. Okay, so in other words, he is acknowledging that sometimes culture and is formed by other things around you. Right? Like he's saying, it's not innate in Americans, but there's something going on with Americans who don't have the ability to be, engineers. And he says a key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Okay, so there's a culture of an American IQ, well, not IQ deficit, but a American deficit of some sort. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth.
Oh, we got it. That was he had that truth hat. That was his brand. So he's still branding.
It's all branding exercise. Here. Fantastic. Yeah. Will you also ready the Ann Coulter, Vivek Ramaswamy clip from back when he was running? Because I just want to tune into that. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. Now listen, this has actually been a critique that I have seen for even longer than that. there is a wonderful moment in the Emmys by Mike Nichols and Elaine May, two comedians. Mike Nichols, they both went on to be directors, but they used to do a comedy duo together. And maybe you can find it online, a video of them at the Emmys coming up and accepting an award for their mediocre work, saying that this is an industry that really doesn't care too much about excellence and really just looks at each other. And this culture of mediocrity, I think, and again, these are the most successful people in the business, right? If they're at the Emmys. There is, and maybe this is what he's talking about, a culture in corporate America that basically says, if we're all doing okay, let's just nod and say it's going good. And a lot of times, it's almost like everybody was in the same club for many years and years and years. And they were all letting people in.
But I thought you were going to go with the fact that these first two kind of paragraphs sound like what a lot of right-wingers used to say about black people in this country, that there's a cultural problem with their poverty. And I would say it sounds actually ideologically entirely consistent with J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, which basically uses tropes about poor black people and applies them to poor white people in Appalachia. And so Vivek is saying the same thing. By the way, they're from the same state, Ohio.
Well, what this is the two Charles Murray books. So when he says like the IQ thing is stupid and lazy, that's actually the first Charles Murray book, The Bell Curve, which is, he wrote about black people saying actually they're genetically inferior. That's why they have all these poor outcomes. He wasn't able to say that about white people, so he had to come up with a second book called Losing Ground, which is basically, like you said, the J.D. Vance argument that these people have a cultural deficiency that encourages sort of lack of productivity. Mm-hmm. And I mean, really, that's all J.D. Vance was, and that's what this is.
So when he says native, that's why he can't say what you're saying.
Now, a culture that celebrates the prom queen. I love the fact that he's saying this has been since the 90s. Since the 90s?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it all started in the 90s.
Oh, my God.
They celebrated the prom queen over the math Olympiad or champ, or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Now,
oh, come on, Vivek. Do not go down this road, buddy. Like, Americans, conservatives love their prom queens and their jocks. That's who they want to be.
I love being a guy born in 1985 that says this probably started in the 90s.
Half of, like, conservative nostalgia is wishing that they were back in that place where they were, like, second string safety on their football team and had all their hair.
Oh, this is 41 minutes. Yeah, we're not doing this.
To people across the state. That would be completely consistent. That's what we've been told.
Sorry, I'm just going to skip this one. Oh, there was a Vanguard one I wanted. Yo, this Ethan Klein shit is fucking cringe, dude. Like, he needs a fucking life. He needs a fucking life.
Whew. Yeah, that's quite a forecast, man. I'm hoping that we avoid the worst. But given that reality that I think we all agree upon, things are definitely probably going to get better things are going to get worse before they get better, at least when it comes to foreign policy, and probably domestically too. I find it specifically frustrating and baffling to see some folks that once, were real aggressive anti-Trump left-wingers singing a bit of a different tune. And I think it's interesting. Obviously, Mehdi, it wasn't all that long ago that you were over at MSNBC or Peacock, sometimes both probably, depending on if they had you on one of the MSNBC shows, whatever. So I'm not sure how familiar you were with the whole backlash that went down after Joe and Mika basically went to Mar-a-Lago in an attempt to break bread with Donald Trump. It seemed like the backlash was swift and pretty unforgiving from their audience. So I'd love any insight you had into that, specifically because over here at the Vanguard, as you probably noticed, we've talked a lot about Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian and the rightward shift over at the Young Turks, which is, according to Cenk, the biggest progressive online news show. So I'm also interested in your
used to be
opinion on Cenk's theory of the populist left working with MAGA, and whether you agree that that analysis is motivated by like a financial sort of pivot, an attempt as a media company to gain more subscribers and gain more attention with the deep-pocketed Republican viewers, or if you actually believe that Cenk and Anna are maybe sincere, and not just Cenk and Anna, but also people like Joe and Mika. They're not the only ones that have engaged in a pivot like this. Do you think they're actually sincere about this enthusiasm towards the Republican Party under Donald Trump, or is it really just a cowardly, financial kind of grift?
Well, I know all these people personally, so I'm going to choose my words carefully. But I think they're two very different sets of people, first of all. Joe and Mika are very different to Cenk and Anna.
Are they, Mehdi? Are they? Are they?
I can't speak to their business motivations or financial strategies, but I have sat down with Cenk. Cenk knows I don't agree with him on this. I think he's a little naive on this front, on the definitely on the kind of anti-establishment left. Look, there's always been an anti-establishment right and an anti-establishment left. The problem is I don't believe MAGA is that. MAGA is a cult movement, right? It's not about principles. Anyone who thinks Cenk thinks that it's about policy, right? He's willing to say, look, they're anti-war and they're anti-this and they're anti-that. That's not true. I don't agree with that, right? Respectfully, I don't agree with that. And I asked him on Twitter recently when he did the sit down with Charlie Kirk, which obviously I wouldn't have done. I think Charlie Kirk is a deeply disturbing figure. When he did the sit down with Kirk, he said, hey, look, everyone cheered when I condemned Dick Cheney. Isn't that great? And my question to Cenk is, do you think that crowd would have applauded and cheered you attacking Dick Cheney if Dick Cheney had endorsed Donald Trump? And he says, yes. My answer is no way, right? The reason MAGA doesn't like Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney is because they're anti-Trump, not because they invaded Iraq. They'd have been fine with that. They were fine with John Bolton being the national security advisor. Pete Hegseth supported the Iraq war. Marco Rubio is the most hawkish senator in the United States, with the exception of perhaps Lindsey Graham, right? So they have no problem with neocon.
Who Trump has dinner with regularly.
Exactly. Lindsey Graham, Tom Cotton, Marco Rubio. These are all MAGA's fine with all these people because they bend the knee to Trump. Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and George W. Bush, if you saw him in the church today ignoring Trump, they, for whatever reason, good or bad, don't like Trump. Now, we can argue to the end of days, is Liz Cheney's opposition to Trump principled or not principled? I really don't care. The point is they did have very consistent, very genuine, very real opposition to Trump. And that is what bothers MAGA. So, if Donald Trump says tomorrow, I'm all for free trade and I'm against tariffs, and I think Russia should be bombed, the base will move with him. Let's be clear. The only issue in my lifetime, in the last decade, I have seen the MAGA base differ with Trump on and push Trump on. Bizarrely, of all the issues in the world, is vaccines. Right? Vaccines. When he tried to brag about doing Operation Warp Speed, they booed and he stopped. And you never heard Trump brag about vaccines again. Right? But on every other issue, he has them in the palm of his hand. If he switches his policy position tomorrow, they will go with it. If he switches tomorrow to being a traditional Republican, saying Vladimir Putin's a threat to America, we need to take a build-up defense, they will follow him. I assure you. Maybe there'll be a few here and there, a Tucker Carlson, whatever, who dissent. God damn it. But the base as a whole follows. It's a cult. So this is the problem with the Cenk theory that you can ally with them. Well, first of all, you have to ignore all their racism. That's a problem. So, when Cenk sits down with Charlie Kirk, my issue with that is Charlie Kirk wants to have me deported from the US. He said so. He said I should be deported. So how am I supposed to have a policy debate with that person? Right? You have to ignore the vast racism and bigotry on that side of the aisle, which I refuse to ignore. And number two, you have to accept that they're not good faith actors, right? They're just following the Trump cult. Remember, what was the Republican platform in 2024? Whatever Donald Trump says, we don't have a party platform. Right? Exactly. That's not people I think you can do business with. As for Joe and Mika, I don't know. They have, they used to be friendly with Trump. Then they were anti-Trump consistently during his presidency. They were very vocal. I went on Morning Joe. He and I both agreed about the fascistic threat posed by Donald Trump. They still say, they would argue that they're still going to hold him to account and they're still doing critical segments, but they wanted to have a line of communication. Look, Brian Stelter reported that they felt threatened. I don't know the details of that, but let's be clear. This isn't about Joe and Mika or Cenk and Anna. This is actually about the US media as a whole being bullied and browbeaten and intimidated by Donald Trump and the Republicans. I was just on Piers Morgan's show, and he and I had a back and forth about the free press. He's supposed to be the uncensored guy. I put him on the spot. I said, do you support Donald Trump's lawsuits against CBS News, against a pollster in Iowa he doesn't like? He's suing Ann Seltzer, right? It's insane, right? The pressure on the media is intense, and the billionaires who control much of our media are already bowing the knee. Look at Mark Zuckerberg, one of the most shameless performances of sycophancy I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely.
I'm moving the moderator to Texas where it'll be less biased. I'm getting rid of fact checking. I'm putting I'm putting Dana White on my board. I'm making Joel Kaplan a
That
former
made me
White
sick.
House guy. Yeah, I'm putting Joel Kaplan, a former White House guy in charge of global affairs, and sacking the liberal Democrat Nick Clegg, who I used to have in that position. There's a shameless rock Jeff Bezos. I'm going to give $40 million to license Melania's documentary. This is insane rolling over.
I didn't know about that.
And
That's
again, I
crazy.
don't want to depress the audience too much and say the hope is gone, but I run a small media company, Zatea, right? It's a small startup. And I just think to myself, if Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, some of the richest, most powerful people in human history, right? If they're rolling over for Trump, what hope is there for the rest of us? Like that's worrying. That what's Mark Zuckerberg's lawyers telling him? Are they telling him, Mark?
Well, I feel like those people. I feel like I feel like the difference though is that those people they're just trying to make money. Like Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg.
But that's
really
the best
have an
case
ideal.
scenario. Isn't that ironic? That's the best case scenario. That they're just capitalists trying to make money. What if it's worse than that? What if Zuckerberg privately believes? His lawyers tell him, Trump, when he says he's going to lock you up, he's going to lock you up. They're going to find a way to imprison you, like Putin and the oligarch. What if he believes that stuff, right? Brian Stelter reported on Joe and Mika are worried about their personal safety. I worry about my personal safety. Of course I do. I live in the United States. Nutcases with guns everywhere. And now an authoritarian government that openly says we're going to target the media, right? That is real. We can't just discount that. I know I'm very critical of the media, as you know. But on the one hand, I will accept that there is a genuine threat to journalists. People want to poo-poo it. They can poo-poo it. But we're in a new world right now.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's definitely a genuine threat to journalists. Obviously, we talk about the journalists being assassinated in Palestine. We talk about the lack of the viability to the financial industry of journalism all the time. That being said, I do, if I wanted to push back at all a little bit, I do feel like it's a little bit convenient for the Joe and Mikas of the world and Jenks and Annas of the world and all these powerful people, frankly, because they could just retire or they could go move to another country and say, you know what, I'm not going to sacrifice the integrity of my work because I'm afraid. I'm not gonna in a cowardly way pervert my journalism or my commentary because I'm afraid. No, you're rich enough that you could get out of harm's way.
To be fair, and I'm biased because I know Joe and I've been on his show and I spoke to Joe about this.
Sure.
They would argue, I'm just saying what they say. They would argue, judge us on our work that you just mentioned. And if you think we're being soft on Trump, then call it out. And since they had that meeting and announced it, I don't think they have been soft on Trump, right? They've had lots of guests on criticizing the Trump.
To be fair, I don't watch all the time, but yeah.
No, do I. But I see the clips, and they have had guests on who have been very critical of Donald Trump, very critical of the Trump administration. I don't think they've. I'll reserve my judgment if they start actually being pro-Trump in their commentary, which, as far as I know, they haven't been. Now, Cenk and Anna is a different situation where they would argue they're not being pro-Trump, they're being pro their principles, and they think there are people to work with. My problem with, and I actually want to have a on the record conversation with Anna or Cenk about this.
I'd love to.
I plan to have one soon, I hope, if they'll have one with me, because there's a lot to discuss. My issue is the naivete of thinking that these people are good faith actors when they're not. But also, I do worry about inconsistency. So, there are a lot of people out there on the left who hate the center and the center right and the center left with a passion, which is understandable. There's a lot to hate about it. But don't apply that same hatred or skepticism to the far right and the MAGA right. If that makes sense. So, for example, Cenk's argument is, I'm happy to sit down with Charlie Kirk because we're all anti-establishment. But then would he also sit down with an establishment Democrat on areas where he agrees with that establishment Democrat, which will mean many areas? Right? I'm just saying, we're just picking our baddies very conveniently and who our good guys and our bad guys are. I want us to be consistent, right? Like, if you're going to be anti this person, be anti that person as well. Don't be biased to one person and not the other person and pretend you're being consistent. I just want consistency from folks.
Got it. Oh, I'm gonna die for this cause. She won't get stunned, man.
Look out the door if you hear an ambulance. The Vanguard will be there, sir.
Oh, you can't take her because of the, I don't know, the autism or where he's on the spectrum. He's clearly not He's got the maturity of an 11-year-old. You can tell that. But he,
That's actually pretty mean. All right, let's jump into this. We've officially entered phase 2 of the MAGA Civil War. Steve Bannon came out yesterday and called Elon Musk racist and truly evil. And then he said he will do anything to keep Elon Musk out of the White House. You know, it's like if Russia and China went to war. I kind of want both sides to lose. They're both absolutely terrible human beings, but it's nice to see somebody pushing back on Elon Musk within the MAGA sphere, even if Steve Bannon himself is both racist and truly evil. But Steve Bannon's been saying a lot of really genuinely mean things about Elon Musk, and there's a lot of truth to a lot of it. The fact that he can't take criticism. I'll play this full clip in a second, but I want to run you guys down how this started and how we got here. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe for more pro-democracy content. This reads, Steve Bannon condemns Elon Musk as, quote, racist and truly evil. Ex-Trump advisor denounces tech CEO's embrace of some forms of immigration and vows to take this guy down. So this has entered a new level of escalation. Elon Musk hasn't fully responded, but he's alluded towards, he's taken a few jabs at Steve Bannon. And again, I don't want either of them to win, but you got to think about it like this. Steve Bannon is the one who essentially helped spearhead this media strategy that Trump uses every single day. He says it himself. He floods the zone with BS, so the enemies are so overwhelmed, they don't exactly know what to respond to, and you confuse everybody, and you're able to dominate the narrative that way. So Steve Bannon created this social media strategy, but Elon Musk actually owns the social media platforms that Trump can take advantage of now. So I think that Trump would choose Musk over Bannon. It seems like he's got, like, look at Bannon. He just looks washed up. No, I usually don't talk about people's looks, but this dude looks washed up.
Why are we talking about people's looks? They're ugly.
Because he is. But let's keep reading this. In an escalation of discontent among the highest profile far-right followers of Donald Trump, his former advisor Steve Bannon has called Trump's newest favorite, Elon Musk, racist, a truly evil god. Just bullying Elon Musk, and it's like, I don't feel bad. Let's take a look.
He's got a glass jaw. He can't take, because of the, I don't know, the autism or where he's on the spectrum. He's clearly not. He's got the maturity of an 11-year-old. You can tell that. But he, it's
coming
obvious.
from Steve Bannon. That's
he
rich.
Can't take criticism. One of his weaknesses is that he needs to be loved. He needs the masses to love him. You can tell he's on the stage. He needs that glory. This is to have a digital getup and to only have raised up what praises him. That is like the little boy's mentality. If I want to be the superhero, I want to put the cape on and kind of skip around. You see this a lot in Danbury. These what they call chomos, what they call these sex offenders. They've got this. They've had a.
Yo, we call them a sex offender. I love when Republicans attack each other because they don't know how to do it very well. So then they accidentally like reveal some real shit. And so every time that they start eating each other, I always pay attention because it's usually true. You know what I mean? Like they don't know that they should just make up some random shit about somebody and just like JD in the couch and his love of them, his passion for them. Like, yeah, you just say some shit and you just let that shit rock. And then when they ask you to define it, you just don't.
Maturity level that has stopped. And they want to, they all watch the movies that have the Cape Crusaders on there.
What's that music?
It's an absolute indication of immaturity.
Is he talking about Elon Musk or Donald Trump? There are multiple points in this where it's just like he wants to be loved by everyone. He can't take any criticism. And within some of the more disgusting remarks, Steve Bannon points out a lot of truths that I think most MAGA fans, or at least the MAGA politicians, know about Elon Musk. Like, you don't have to point out his autism to just say that he's immature. You can point to direct stuff that he's tweeted. Probably during the process of me recording this video, Elon Musk has posted something that we can point to show that he's immature. You don't have to.
There's no way that actually happened. Let me get Twitter off of the fucking main thing, so let's see if he's posted anything stupid. Oh yeah, he's stupid. His pinned comment. Oh, that's 4 minutes ago. Oh shit, I'm about to die. Monster!
The fools have launched an assault.
Oh, that was the wrong button.
of you.
Oh, what the hell? Thought I was getting a new one in the middle.
Is futile.
Stop looking at me, bird. Ow. 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 Please heal.
Immaculate once more.
Get off me, dog. God, it's so loud. I gotta remember to turn that down. Gotta remember to turn that down. Die, Manticore! Oh, what the hell? He teleported. Whoa! 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 Since when did he have that attack?
It is strange.
And he is almost dead, by the way. Bitch.
To use the autism as that's a weird thing to say.
Tesla and SpaceX personnel are driving around there in great tough shape. With free Wi-Fi, drinks, and snacks.
We'll get them next time.
The so-called endangered planet isn't even in danger of extinction. So he's posting bullshit. Yeah. So that was 48 minutes ago. He's saying that the reason that the LA fires happened was because of ecological reasons, and we were too nice to the environment. That's why it set itself on fire.
Also, I mean, we have valid criticisms about Elon Musk screwing over every single American without calling him a chomo. But if that's what speaks to MAGA, then go for it, Steve Bannon. I don't care. It's like the two worst people you know just fighting. But yeah, I mean, did we not call this? Can we just say, I told you so, MAGA? When Steve Bannon's saying, quote, I will have Elon Musk run out of here by Inauguration Day, we said this bromance wasn't going to last long. And what we have to realize is that Elon Musk and Donald Trump do have every incentive to still be buddy-buddy. I mean, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, and he gets the ear of the president, who is like beholden to him. At the same time, Donald Trump has the MAGA fan base, and he wants the ear of Elon Musk because Elon Musk owns Twitter. He can help fund primaries against any politicians who go against MAGA. So right now, it's a mutually beneficial relationship, but there are reports that Trump is complaining about Elon Musk in private and hates the President Musk jokes. I'm sure he's not sitting there all day seething about it, but it's annoying. I mean, have you guys seen the videos where Elon Musk tries to show Trump a meme at like a WWE match, and Trump's like, yeah, kind of funny. Elon Musk just seems kind of immature and annoying to be around, and you can tell that based off of his tweeting style. I just want to end this off by this meme that I posted on my Instagram. You can go follow my Instagram in the description below. It's a MAGA supporter saying, I just wanted Trump to lower the price of gas and eggs, not send me to fight insurgents in Alberta, Canada. And Ben Shapiro's like, dig the effing hole. Obviously, it's an extreme meme, but at the same time, Trump supporters are going to have their faces eaten by the leopards, and I'll leave it at that. Drop a like, subscribe. In the description below, you can RSVP to the DNC chair debate that I'm holding this week. On Tuesday, you can RSVP for free. I'll be live streaming on my channel a debate between all of the DNC chair candidates. We'll be asking them, what are you going to do to reach out to digital media, to younger people? How are you going to make sure that we can win back some...
I will not die here.
Alright, let me switch this over. Oh shit, I'm alive. Wait. I keep forgetting that those are extra lives. Come on.
Dodge this.
Woo-hoo. That was sick.
Immaculate once more.
I like 4 or 5 parries in a row. It makes me happy. It's satisfying. I think it's only like a 2 or... I think it's only like a 2 or 3 frame window that they let you do it. Gotcha. All right, let me get something. All right, I can close this stuff off. Make my computer a little less sweaty. Get the music back going. Come on. Oh, it's up there. Gotta redo all my volumes here. There we go. So I ranted for a long time. What do you guys think? Tell me about your thoughts and woes.
Ah, immaculate once more.
We started off with the union president, and then eventually made our way over to Steve Bannon. So it's been a trip. We didn't take any breaks. We've been going for almost 4 hours. So thanks for hanging out. It was fun. I'm not going anywhere just quite yet, but I appreciate it.
Impossible. I'm one step ahead of you.
Make peace. Your destruction is imminent. What a shame. I wasn't done hurting you.
It's supposed to charge up and blast. It's a
I will not die here.
Put me down. Put me down.
I'm one step ahead of you. Another coming to face Moonbane's wrath.
Watch your step!
The eye seeks blood. Impossible.
Make peace. Your destruction is imminent. Are you giving up already?
Just kicked my face in. No, I'm not gonna do it again. Why doesn't this thing move my music anymore? Let me open this up. Yeah, but you don't do any of this shit you say. Oh, now it's doing it because I got the thing open. Is that it? I have to have it open? Yeah, but see, it doesn't go back. As soon as you click off of it, it's gone. I already had that. Trash. Oh, the game audio is too loud? Alright. Did I adjust it better? Is that better? And see, this is the thing that pisses me off, is like, oh, I see now. I have a second game volume going on. That's the issue. The application. Yep, the application was picking up the audio too. So smart, you're dumb sometimes, kid. Oh, I can just fight him now. Oh, well, let's go, baby. I got 3 lives.
We don't stop until there is no one left to kill.
I think I like her better against this guy. But if the game was too loud, I'll repeat it. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Stream's not quite over, but went through a lot of different areas. I hope you guys aren't worried. You should be like worried that you have so much work to do. Like that's what the worry should be. How am I gonna
We'll attack our enemies. No
Gotcha.
distractions.
Get off me, dog.
Make peace. Your destruction is imminent.
Oh, that hurt. No! I'm dead.
Your pain is a glorious thing.
He snatched me out of the air, though. That's cheating, right? That's cheating, right? You can't grab me out of the air. That's cheating.
There's the filth who thought they could kill me. I owe them a visit.
I am pressing the parry button. Damn it, dude.
Pain is a glorious thing.
What was that? Yeah, we're not going to waste a thing on it. Oh, there we go. Quick restart. Let's go.
I begin to grow vexed.
Oh, that hurts. Nice. They just dropped right back in this bitch. I like it. Uh-oh. Damn it, didn't work.
Are you giving up?
Man, that diffuse takes forever to fucking land, though. Because if I diffuse them like 3 times...
I owe them a visit.
Oh, shit.
You will soon be forgotten.
No distractions.
Gotcha. Ow.
The demonic blade. I shall purify the souls of their filth.
I'll crush you into dust.
Oh!
Are you giving up already?
They just started coming towards the camera. It was like, ah! I'm ready to fight you, Mr. Man. Ow. That was a good one. Wah!
Are you giving up already?
Don't spike me against the wall.
I begin to get vexed.
Come on.
No distractions.
You will soon be forgotten.
Stop shoving me for no reason.
As if freshly hammered and wrought.
Ow! I couldn't see. That's a problem with some of these moves, man.
One wants patience.
I'm not over there. All right.
Now it may perform its function again.
No!
Fucker. I wasn't done hurting you.
I think that's the thing I gotta defuse.
I begin to grow vexed. No distractions.
Booyaka. Booyaka.
No
There we go.
This wouldn't got a dump.
Make peace. Your destruction is imminent.
I gotta repair my weapons?
Weapon. Instead of rust, you shall bathe in blood.
I dodged that. Dead.
Are you
Yep.
giving up
Knew it. He's so strong, he just kills me instantly. Instantaneous death.
The filth who thought you could kill me. I owe them a visit. Look,
Ha!
as if freshly hammered and wrought. Now it may perform its function again.
Since we want to cheat and play dirty, I can play dirty too. I'll run away. Fuck, I knew that was gonna happen.
The demonic blade lift.
Hiya.
I shall purify the souls of their filth.
Oh, I hope I don't poison myself. I did.
As if freshly hammered and wrought.
We good, we good.
I am restored. One day, perhaps, I will be mortal. No distractions.
Yeah, they wait for your inputs and then they make the moves based on that.
No one beyond my reach.
Ha! I hit underneath him. No!
You will soon be forgotten.
Dude, quit throwing me about, man. Couldn't get it. Oh! I tried to teleport, but it disappeared right as I was pushing it. Damn it.
Now it may perform its function again.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
My blade is ready
Throw
to
it!
receive.
Nah, dog. We cheating. We cheating out here.
Make peace.
What happened?
Destruction is imminent.
Again?
No distractions.
Dude, swing. Oh my god, we're gonna die. We're dead. That's Seth. GG's. Oh, I got down to lower level. Dead. Yeah.
It's a glorious thing.
Damn it. Damn it. He's almost dead. I'm just gonna use the coin. Dude, get off of me. You all up on me.
As if freshly hammered and wrought.
Alright, let's do this.
No one's beyond my reach.
What? Hi, you suck.
No distractions.
Oh, I got 20 seconds. Yeah! Up we go, Platinum 2. Up we go to Platinum 2. Oh, I like her. Oh, shit. Damn! Oh, I got a life. Oh, you get a fresh life every time you get a new wave? Or a new floor? For what? For what reason do I need that? You could have kept the extra life.
Where is the filth who thought they could kill me? I owe them a visit.
Get off me, dog. Right back at you. Oh, that. Dude, I'm dead. I hit that.
Where is the filth who thought they
Oh, shit.
I owe them a visit.
What the hell? Look, I'm just getting lifted. What the fuck? Oh, I landed on that thing.
No distractions.
Oh, dude, they're fighting so dirty. Put her big freaking head in front of the freaking camera. Let me double check my controls here. All right, I'm gonna go for, let's go for like another half hour. I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit. So this is the vibe portion of the show where I'm gonna talk a little bit less and game a little bit more. Ugh, my coffee tastes terrible. Something ain't right. I think I forgot to put sugar in it. But it doesn't taste like black coffee. It tastes like something else is wrong with it. It tastes sweetened, but in a inaccurate amount. Oh, she's 930. Okay, that's a little above my pay grade. All right, let me fall back. Let me fall back. I don't think I can get any more rewards out of this thing. I've used up all my fatigue. I've never done that before. Is there a fatigue resetter? Can I use these? What can I buy with this? Redeem. Okay, I got 17 left. Alright, what can I get? Oh, those are just boxes. I don't want that. Looking like a bar winch. 1,800 of those things. How much is 1,800 in like real money? So $15? You want $15 per outfit? I'm old. I couldn't. I can't pay that much. That's too much. $15 for one outfit is crazy. I like it.
Let us bring darkness to our enemies.
Ooh, I need to make a class that's all like ranged attacks so I can just like sit in the middle and just spray everybody down. Machine gun attached. Come on.
We will attack our enemies.
Die.
No distractions.
Die.
This is low-key one of my favorite songs I've ever made. Like low-key, I love this shit. I think 8-bit music is some of the most beautiful music I've ever heard. For the Mikey Famine Super Nintendo game. Did he not fall down? Oh, he fell. Whoa, almost fell off. Whoa, there's a big hole. Somehow I'm still alive. Haha, I'm back, bitches. Even though you put a fucking hole in the floor to make me fall. Come here. Come here. Whoa! Whoa! No! He fell after me. Another hole in the floor. Gotcha. Boom. Open, please. Where are we going? Oh. Get your dumbass out of my face.
My weapon is restored.
I can't get my combos unless my weapon is sharp.
No distractions.
So long, Groot. Dude, what? Doesn't take my fucking inputs, man. I let go. Yeah, that's what I did last time.
Now it may perform its function again.
This isn't even hard. They're just being fucking cheap. Kame. Yeah, I'm not watching a cutscene. Hey. I think overall a pretty successful day. Went from in like the high sixes, high sevens, high sixes, low sevens to almost 900. It's a damn good day, I should say. So let's do this. I'm gonna look and see if anybody cool is streaming. And if I don't bring up your best friend, it's because I don't think they're cool. Let's raid zombie. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's one word. Nothing. What's the command? I don't even remember anymore. It's been so long. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Let me get my dashboard open. Haven't raided in a while. Shut up. I'm doing it right now. And I would like to know why all these people who I don't know are at the top of my list. Like, where's my friends? You know what I mean? Like, what is that about? The fuck? Y'all be nice to Zombie. He's good people. Now I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out with me today. See you next Sunday. All right, the Twitchers are gone.
Long time no see. Thank you so much for the raid, my man. What's going on? What is going on? Shaddy yaddy.